Warriors of the North, hear me! Our enemies will fall before our might!
There is a specific kind of monster that history almost always mistakes for a hero. The man who wraps his savagery in the language of destiny, who burns his own soldiers alive on the altar of his ambition, and then kneels in a church and calls it the will of God. Olaf Tryggvason was that man. He was a Viking king who did not merely conquer Norway. He consumed it, dismantled it, and rebuilt it in his own terrifying image. And he paid for that crown not with his own blood, but with the blood of every loyal warrior who ever believed in him. The saga poets would later call him the greatest of all Norse kings. But the sagas were written by survivors, and survivors always lie about the man who held the sword to their throats. If you are watching this and you love history that does not flinch, that does not sanitize the brutality behind the thrones and the crowns and the gleaming legends, then hit that like button right now and subscribe to this channel so you never miss a single story like this one. And before we go any further, drop a comment below and tell me, where in the world are you watching from right now? I genuinely want to know. And while you are down there, tell me what topic you want me to cover next. Your suggestions have shaped this channel more than you know, and the next great story might come from exactly what you write in that comment section today. Long before the name Norway existed, long before a single Viking longship ever darkened the horizon of an English monastery, the land we now call Scandinavia was already ancient. The first people arrived in what is now Norway somewhere around 10,000 BCE, following the retreating glaciers northward after the last great ice age released its grip on the continent. These were not Norse. They were not Germanic. They were the ancestors of the Sami people, hunters and fishermen who moved with the reindeer herds across a landscape so vast and so violently beautiful that it must have felt less like a country and more like the surface of another world entirely. They carved their stories into the rock faces of Western Norway in images we can still see today. Elk and bears and humans with their arms raised toward a sky that has not changed since the first man looked up at it in wonder. These were the original Norwegians, and they left no written records, no royal dynasties, no wars of succession, only pictures scratched into stone by people who understood, perhaps better than any king who came after them, that the land itself was the only thing that truly lasted. But then, as always happens, things changed. New peoples arrived. Languages shifted. The climate warmed and cooled and warmed again. And out of that slow, millennia-long churning of migration and survival, there began to emerge something new. A culture of seafarers and farmers and warriors who would eventually define themselves with a single word that still sends a chill through history: Vikings. But the story of how those Vikings came to be ruled, and how one man among them seized power through methods so ruthless that even his own chroniclers struggled to justify them. That story begins much closer to our own time than the Ice Age hunters on their frozen shore to understand what Olaf Tryggvason did and why it mattered so profoundly and why it was so catastrophically, irreversibly violent. You have to understand the Norway he was born into. In the 9th century CE, Norway was not a country. It was not even a collection of kingdoms in any meaningful sense. It was a patchwork of something far more chaotic and far more dangerous, petty kingdoms, each one controlled by a local jarl or a small-time king who held his power not through law or administration, but through the raw, daily demonstration of personal strength, generational loyalty, and the calculated willingness to murder anyone who challenged him. Norway in the 9th century was, in the bluntest terms, a nation of warlords pretending to be kings, and none of them answered to anyone above them. The sea was their highway, the sword was their law, and the gods, the old gods, Odin and Thor and Freya, and the whole shimmering, bloodthirsty Norse pantheon were their justification for everything. Into this world, in approximately 872 CE, came the first man who actually managed to force something resembling national unity onto the Norwegian people. And his name was Harald Fairhair, known in Old Norse as Haraldr Harfagri, and he was extraordinary in the way that all truly dangerous men are extraordinary. He combined genuine military genius with a complete absence of moral scruple when it came to eliminating his enemies. The story of Harald's rise is one of the most dramatic in all of Norse history, and it begins not with a battle plan or a political alliance, but with a woman, according to the sagas. And we must always remember that the sagas are equal parts history and mythology, equal parts chronicle and legend. Harald made a vow to a woman named Gyda, the daughter of a petty king in Hordaland, who refused to marry him unless he first unified all of Norway under a single crown. Whether this story is literally true, or whether it was invented later to give Harald's brutal campaign of conquest a romantic veneer, the fact remains that starting around 866 CE, Harald Fairhair began the systematic, violent absorption of every petty kingdom in Norway into his own growing dominion, and he did it with a ferocity that left marks on the land and the people that would still be visible generations later. Harald's most decisive moment came at the Battle of Svolder in approximately 872 CE. Historians debate the exact year, but most place it in the early 870s, when Harald faced a coalition of petty kings and jarls who had united specifically to stop him. This was not a spontaneous rebellion. These were men who understood exactly what Harald's victory would mean for their independence, for their power, for their way of life. And they gathered everything they had: ships, warriors, weapons, the accumulated martial resources of the western Norwegian coast. And they sailed out to meet him in the fjord at Svolder, near what is today the city of Stavanger. The battle that followed was one of the largest naval engagements in early Norse history, and Harold won it decisively. He did not merely defeat his enemies, he annihilated their capacity to resist him. Many of the defeated kings and jarls fled, some to Iceland, some to the British Isles, some to the Faroe Islands, establishing the diaspora of Norse exile communities that would themselves become historically significant in the centuries to come. Those who stayed and submitted found themselves in a fundamentally different Norway than the one they had known. A Norway with a high king, with a central authority, with a man above them who held the power to distribute land and collect tribute and demand military service. But the unification Harold achieved was extraordinary precisely because it was so personal, so dependent on his own presence and will and violence. Harald Fairhair ruled Norway for roughly 6 decades, dying around 933 CE at what was, for the age, a genuinely remarkable old age, and the achievement of those 6 decades was real. He had forged something that had never existed before, a recognizable Norwegian polity, a sense, however fragile, that Norway was a single thing rather than simply a collection of separate fighting men. He had also done something that would haunt every Norwegian king who came after him, including Olaf Tryggvason. He had demonstrated that power in Norway was always personal, never institutional, never safe, never guaranteed beyond the lifetime of the man who held it. Norway had no bureaucracy. It had no standing army in the modern sense. It had no courts, no treasury, no church hierarchy, no mechanism for transmitting power peacefully from one ruler to the next. What Harold had built was not a state. It was a reputation. And when he died, that reputation began immediately and catastrophically to fracture. Harold Fairhair left behind a complication that was almost Shakespearean in its tragic potential. He had fathered children with multiple women, and those children, estimates suggest, he had as many as 20 sons. Each believed themselves to have a legitimate claim to the throne of Norway. The eldest among them, Eirik Bloodaxe, received his father's blessing as primary heir, and the nickname Bloodaxe was not a literary flourish. Eirik earned it by murdering most of his brothers. He killed them systematically, methodically, and without apparent guilt, eliminating the competing claimants to his father's kingdom, the way a gardener might remove weeds. Not with pleasure exactly, but without hesitation, understanding that in a world where power was personal and political legitimacy was measured in violence, the only safe rival was a dead one. Eirik Bloodaxe ruled Norway for a few years after his father's death, but his reign was brutal enough and unpopular enough that when his one surviving brother, Håkon, returned from England, where he had been raised at the court of King Athelstan, the Norwegian jarls rallied to Håkon's cause and drove Eirik out. Eirik Bloodaxe would end his days as a Viking king of Jorvik, what we now call York, in northern England, where he was killed in 954 CE at the Battle of Svolder. Alone and far from the country he had murdered his way to rule, And there is a justice in that ending that the saga poets could not have invented if they had tried. Håkon, the youngest of Harald Fairhair's sons, became known as Håkon the Good, and the name was earned, at least by the brutal standards of his time and place. He had been raised Christian at the English court, and he brought that Christianity back to Norway with him, though he was wise enough to understand that he could not force it on his people and expect to survive the attempt. He governed with a relatively light hand, established legal assemblies called things where freemen could air grievances and participate in governance, and he managed to hold Norway together for roughly 26 years, despite constant pressure from Eirik Bloodex's sons, who raided the Norwegian coast repeatedly from their bases in Denmark. Each raid an attempt to reclaim what they saw as their father's stolen kingdom. Håkon died in battle around 961 CE, killed at the Battle of Fitjar on the island of Stord. And in one of history's more poignant ironies, he died from wounds inflicted by the sons of the very brother whose murder he had not participated in. Norway then fell, as Harald Fairhair had always feared it might, back into the hands of men far less scrupulous than Håkon the Good. What followed Håkon's death was a period of rule by the sons of Eirik Bloodex, the most prominent of whom was Harald Greycloak, Harald Giarjotgardson, who ruled Norway with a religious fanaticism and a political recklessness that managed the remarkable feat of making Håkon the Good look gentle by comparison. Harald Greycloak attempted to impose Christianity on Norway with a heavy hand at a time when the Norwegian people had absolutely no interest in abandoning their old gods, and he managed to alienate both his own nobility and his Danish overlords simultaneously, which is a kind of political achievement in its own catastrophic way. The Danish king Harald Bluetooth, yes, the same Harald Bluetooth after whom the wireless technology is named, which is one of history's stranger footnotes, eventually decided that Harald Greycloak was more trouble than he was worth, and he arranged for Greycloak's death around 970 CE, and replaced him with a man who would prove to be one of the most capable and most relentlessly brutal administrators in all of Norse history, Jarl Håkon Sigurdsson of Lade. Jarl Håkon, not to be confused with the earlier Håkon the Good, was a pagan through and through, a genuine devotee of the Old Norse religion at a time when Christianity was beginning to press in on Scandinavia from every direction. He was ferociously competent as a military leader, managing to repel a massive Danish-led invasion at the Battle of Hjørungavager around 986 CE, a battle in which a fleet of somewhere between 60 and 200 longships. The sources disagree wildly on the numbers, as Norse sources tend to do, attempted to bring Norway to heel, and instead found itself smashed against the rocks of Norwegian resistance. Jarl Håkon crushed that invasion, and for a brief, brilliant moment, he seemed to have secured Norway's independence and his own position within it. he made one catastrophic error, the kind of error that undone great men throughout history. He allowed his personal appetites to override his political judgment, and he alienated the Norwegian people through what the sagas describe, with varying degrees of dramatic exaggeration, as systematic abuses of power and sexual violence against the wives and daughters of the very men whose loyalty he needed to maintain his rule. Whether every detail of the accounts is accurate is impossible to say with certainty. The sagas were written decades or centuries after the events they describe, and they had agendas. But the political result is undeniable. By the late 980s, Jarl Haakon's hold on Norway had become brittle in ways that a sufficiently ruthless and sufficiently charismatic challenger could exploit. And waiting in the wings, forged by slavery and violence and survival into something almost inhuman in his determination, was Olaf Tryggvason. Then, from across the North Sea, from the courts of England and the raiding grounds of the British Isles and the Christian kingdoms of the South, the man who would remake Norway came home, and nothing would ever be the same again. With the stage set, a Norway fractured and restless under Jarl Haakon's increasingly unpopular rule, an old pagan order beginning to crack at the edges, Christian missionaries pressing at the borders, and a tradition of royal violence so deeply embedded in the culture that it had become practically constitutional. We can begin to understand how the specific circumstances of one man's childhood made him uniquely, terrifyingly suited to exploit that moment. Olaf Tryggvason was born around 963 CE, or 964 CE, the son of Tryggvi Olafsson, who was himself a petty king in the eastern part of Norway, and a grandson of the great Harald Fairhair. His mother was Astrid Eiriksdottir. His father was murdered by agents of Harald Greycloak, according to the sagas, before Olaf was even born, which means that Olaf entered the world already as something the Norse had a precise and terrible word for: a blood feud legacy, a child whose existence was itself a political act, whose every breath was a standing insult to the men who had killed his father. To be the posthumous son of a murdered petty king, 9th century Norway, was to be born with a target already painted on your back. And Olaf's early life was shaped entirely by the violence of that inheritance. The details of Olaf's childhood read less like biography and more like mythology, which is precisely why we should pay attention to them, because mythology often encodes something real about the experience it describes, even when the specific events are embellished or invented. According to the sagas, primarily Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla, written in the 13th century, but drawing on much older oral traditions and earlier written sources. Olaf's mother Astrid fled with the infant after Tryggvi's murder, understanding that a living son of the man Greycloak had killed was a permanent threat to his killers. She took the child and ran, and what followed was a sequence of events so harsh and so formative that if a novelist invented them, we would accuse the novelist of laying it on too thick. Astrid and the infant Olaf traveled east, eventually reaching the court of her brother Sigurd in Novgorod, the great Norse-ruled trading city in what is now Russia, founded by Varangian traders who had established themselves along the great river routes between Scandinavia and Byzantium. But even that refuge was uncertain, and at some point during this flight, Olaf and those with him fell into the hands of Estonian pirates, slave traders operating in the Baltic, and Olaf was sold. He was a child of perhaps 3 years old when he became a slave. He would not be free again for 6 years. The slavery years matter enormously, not because we can verify every specific detail the sagas provide, we cannot, but because the psychological template they would have created is entirely plausible and entirely consistent with the adult Olaf we can observe through more reliable historical evidence. Think for a moment about what it means to be an aristocratic child, a child who was, by birth, a king's son with legitimate royal blood in his veins, sold into slavery in a foreign country before you are old enough to fully understand what has happened to you. Think about growing up in that condition, knowing or being told that you were born to something better, that your father was a king, that your grandfather's grandfather was the great Harald Fairhair who united all of Norway, while you spent your days as someone else's property in a country whose language you barely spoke. The psychology that would produce the combination of absolute iron will and the conviction that the world owed you something it had violently stolen is precisely the psychology we see in the historical Olaf Tryggvason. He was not a man who learned to want power. He was a man who had power and status ripped from him before he was old enough to understand it, and spent the rest of his life clawing it back. The release from slavery came, according to Snorri, through his uncle Sigurd, who was in the Baltic on a trading mission, and happened to see the boy and recognized him, and paid the ransom that freed him. Olaf was 9 years old. He was brought to Novgorod, to the court of Prince Vladimir the Great, who would himself later convert to Christianity and baptize Kievan Rus in one of the great turning points of Eastern European history. And there Olaf grew up. He trained as a warrior. He absorbed the Norse Rus culture of the Varangian courts, which was itself a hybrid of Scandinavian seafaring aggression and the Byzantine sophistication the Varangians had encountered along the trade routes. He became, by all accounts, extraordinary in the physical skills that mattered in a warrior culture. Tall, strong, exceptionally gifted with weapons, possessed of the kind of presence that made people look at him when he walked into a room and involuntarily wonder if he was the most dangerous person there. He was also, and this detail is crucial, charismatic in a way that his later career would depend on entirely. Able to inspire loyalty in men who had no particular reason to give it, able to make people believe in a future he described and trust him to lead them there. Even when leading them, there meant asking them to die. He left Novgorod. The reasons the sagas give are various, involving accusations of murder and the politics of the Valdemar court, and began the period of his life that most resembles the conventional image of the Viking. He raided, not randomly, not disorganizedly, but as a professional military commander leading a crew of warriors in precisely targeted attacks along the coasts of the Baltic, and then further west into the lands that had learned to fear the longship. He raided the coasts of what is now Germany and Poland. He raided in England, participating in the great Danish-led raids of the 980s and 990s that brought England to the edge of collapse, and extracted the enormous tribute payments known as Danegeld from the Anglo-Saxon kings. He was in England in 991 CE when the Battle of Maldon was fought. That engagement, in which the Anglo-Saxon Ealdorman Byrhtnoth made the catastrophically chivalrous decision to allow the Vikings to cross a causeway and fight on even terms, a decision that cost him his life and gave England one of its earliest surviving poems. Whether Olaf himself was at Maldon is debated, but the scholarly consensus is that he was the leader of the Viking force that extracted from King Ethelred of England the sum of 10,000 pounds of silver, the first great Danegeld, the first of many payments that would drain Anglo-Saxon England of wealth and dignity simultaneously. But it was in England, specifically in the south of England, that Olaf Tryggvason encountered something that would change him fundamentally, something that he would later use as both genuine spiritual conviction and ruthlessly effective political tool. He converted to Christianity. The sagas give the conversion a suitably dramatic frame. A wise hermit on the island of Scilly, prophetic visions, the miraculous confirmation of the hermit's predictions, Olaf falling to his knees in genuine awe before the Christian God, the conversion itself, its timing in approximately 994 CE, its connection to the English court, and specifically to King Ethelred, who stood as Olaf's godfather at the baptism, is historically documented and not seriously disputed. What historians continue to argue is the ratio of genuine faith to political calculation in Olaf's embrace of Christianity. And that argument may never be fully resolved because the two things are not mutually exclusive. A man can be genuinely moved by a religious experience and also understand instantly and clearly how that religious experience can be weaponized. Olaf Tryggvason was smart enough to do both simultaneously. The question that would define his kingship and ultimately destroy it was how far he was willing to push that weaponization. And the answer, it turned out, was considerably further than anyone around him could have imagined. He returned to Norway around 995 CE, a man of 32 years old, formed by slavery and raiding and Christian conversion, and the particular steel that comes from a life of extreme experience. And he arrived to find a Norway perfectly positioned for what he intended. Jarl Håkon had been murdered. His own thrall, a man named Kark, had cut his throat while they hid together in a pigsty, terrified of Olaf's advancing forces. In one of history's more undignified exits for a powerful man, the murder of Håkon removed the last serious obstacle to Olaf's claim. He declared himself king. The Norwegian jarls and freemen, exhausted by Håkon's rule and electrified by this charismatic son of Harald Fairhair's lineage, who had come back from England trailing glory and silver and the power of a new god, acclaimed him. In 995 CE, Olaf Tryggvason became king of Norway, and what came next revealed exactly what kind of king he intended to be. It was at this moment that the man the sagas describe as heroic showed his other face, the face that the poets carefully kept turned away from the light. With Jarl Håkon dead and his own acclaim ringing across the Norwegian coast, Olaf Tryggvason had everything he needed for a conventional Viking reign: legitimate royal blood, military reputation, wealth accumulated from years of raiding, and the enthusiastic, if conditional, support of the most powerful men in Norway. He had every resource he needed to rule without the particular brand of violence he would choose. He chose it anyway, and the choice was so deliberate, so systematic, and so theologically rationalized that it amounts to one of the more remarkable transformations in early medieval history, the complete remaking of a society's spiritual life through a campaign of coercion so comprehensive that it amounted to cultural conquest, prosecuted not by a foreign power, but by the country's own king against his own people. What Olaf Tryggvason did to Norway between 995 CE and 1000 CE was not evangelism. It was not missionary work in any recognizable sense of the term. It was forced conversion at swordpoint, backed by the explicit threat of torture and execution for those who refused, carried out by a man who genuinely believed, or at least performed the belief with complete conviction, that he was doing God's work. The conversion campaign began almost immediately after Olaf took the throne, and it operated on a logic that was, within its own terms, perfectly coherent. Norway needed to be Christian because Christianity was the true religion and Olaf was its instrument in the north. And anyone who stood between Olaf and the Christianization of Norway was therefore an enemy of both God and king. And the appropriate response to enemies of God and king was violence. This logic, brutal as it sounds, was not unique to Olaf. It was the same logic that Charlemagne had applied to the Saxons 2 centuries earlier, the same logic that would animate the Crusades a century after Olaf, but in Norway's specific context, in a country where the Old Norse religion was not merely a set of beliefs, but the entire fabric of social life, seasonal ritual, political legitimacy, and cultural identity. The destruction of that religion required the destruction of everything built on it, and the men most invested in its survival were the most powerful men in Norway, the Jarls, the great regional lords who controlled the Norwegian coast, had built their power partly on their roles in the old religion. The blot sacrifices, the great seasonal ceremonies in which animals and sometimes humans were killed as offerings to the Norse gods, were presided over by the most powerful men in their regions. And those ceremonies were not merely religious events, they were political ones, demonstrations of power, occasions for gift-giving and oath-swearing, moments that reinforced the social hierarchy through the ritual participation of everyone in the community. To ban the blot was not simply to change what people believed. It was to strip the Jarls of a fundamental source of their political authority, to remove from their hands one of the key mechanisms through which they demonstrated their fitness to rule, and to replace it with a Christian church structure that looked to the king as its earthly patron rather than to the local aristocracy. Olaf understood this, and the conversion campaign was therefore simultaneously religious and political. A spiritual revolution that doubled as a power grab so comprehensive that it bordered on the total restructuring of Norwegian society. The methods Olaf used to accomplish this restructuring are described in the sagas with a mixture of admiration and barely concealed horror that tells you everything about how later Norse writers processed what he had done. He would arrive at a local thing, the assembly of freemen, and demand that everyone present convert immediately to Christianity. If they agreed, the matter was settled, at least formally. If they refused, Olaf's response was not to argue, not to persuade, not to have his priests explain the theological case for Christianity. His response was violence. The sagas describe him having blot practitioners tortured and killed, having pagan priests, the Norse called them Gothar, executed or mutilated, burning sacred groves, and tearing down cult statues that had stood for generations. He forced leading men to choose between conversion and death, and he was not bluffing. A man named Rod the Strong, a chieftain who refused to convert and who was known for his skill with magic, was captured by Olaf and killed in a manner that the sagas describe with almost pornographic detail. Olaf had a serpent forced down Rod's throat. The snake warmed until it grew active inside the man's body, killing him. Whether this specific execution method was real or legendary is difficult to establish, but the pattern it represents, the use of extreme theatrical violence against those who refused conversion, is consistent across multiple independent source traditions, more historically documented and more important politically was Olaf's treatment of the great Norse magnates of his day, the men whose cooperation he needed to actually govern Norway, and whose resistance was therefore most dangerous. He used them as hostages. He demanded that the sons, sometimes the adult sons, men with their own standing and their own followings, of the most powerful jarls be delivered to him as guarantees of loyalty and conversion. If the jarl converted and remained loyal, his son was treated honorably as a guest at the king's court. If the jarl wavered or resisted, the son's fate became a pointed diplomatic message. This hostage system was not invented by Olaf. It was a standard tool of early medieval statecraft across Europe. But the specific way he deployed it in Norway, combined with the explicit religious demand attached to it, created a situation of sustained psychological terror for the Norwegian aristocracy that defined the entire period of his reign. The cultural dimensions of what Olaf destroyed are worth pausing on, because they are too easily passed over in the rush to describe the political and military drama. The Norse religious tradition he was dismantling was not a primitive superstition. It was a sophisticated, internally coherent system of meaning that had shaped Scandinavian life for centuries. The mythology it had produced, the stories of Odin and Thor and Freya, the Eddic poems, and the great cycles of Norse myth, represented one of the most extraordinary bodies of oral literature in all of medieval Europe, a tradition of storytelling and poetic craft so rich that its echoes can be found in Tolkien and Wagner and Marvel Comics, and 1,000 other places in the modern world. The Skalds, the Norse court poets, were in many ways the most respected intellectuals in Norse society, men whose ability to compose complex, elusive, technically demanding poetry in the distinctive Norse form was considered a kind of sacred art. Many of the greatest skalds were deeply embedded in the old religious tradition, and the conversion campaign that Olaf prosecuted threatened the entire ecosystem of Norse poetic culture at its roots. Some skalds converted, some fled, some continued their craft in more cautious forms, finding ways to preserve the mythological material within a nominally Christian frame. The strategy that would eventually allow Snorri Sturluson, writing in 13th century Iceland, to preserve so much of the Norse mythological tradition for modern readers. But let us come now to the specific charge that the title of this video makes. The claim that Olaf Tryggvason sacrificed his own army to rule Norway. Because this is where the history gets complicated in ways that the saga's heroic framing tends to obscure, and where the actual human cost of Olaf's ambition becomes most visible. The army Olaf built in Norway, the warriors who followed him from his return in 995 CE through the years of the conversion campaign, was composed largely of men who had come with him from England and Ireland and the other raiding grounds of the West, men who had followed him because he was the best warlord they had ever served, men who were personally loyal to him in the way that Viking warriors were loyal to successful war leaders, because he kept them alive, kept them well fed and richly rewarded, and kept winning. Many of these men were themselves not Norwegian. They were Danish, English, Irish, Flemish, the international mix of the Viking raiding world. And they had no particular stake in Norwegian internal politics beyond their loyalty to Olaf himself. And then there were the Norwegian warriors, the men who had rallied to Olaf's cause in 995 CE when he drove out Haakon's faction. Men who were genuinely Norse, genuinely pagan in many cases, men who had converted under pressure from their king, but whose conversion was paper-thin, a political concession rather than a spiritual transformation. Olaf knew the difference. He had built his career on reading men, and he understood, somewhere in the cold strategic calculation that ran beneath the charisma and the religious fervor, that the most dangerous people in his Norway were not the remaining pagan holdouts. They were the men around him, the warriors who had made him king, and who therefore knew, with the intimate knowledge of kingmakers, that they could unmake him. The pattern of how Olaf handled the most capable and most potentially threatening of his military followers is not explicitly described in the sagas as a deliberate policy of elimination. The sagas are generally too committed to the heroic narrative for that. But the pattern is visible if you look at the outcomes rather than the stated motivations. The men who were most capable, most independently powerful, most likely to become rivals, or to transfer their loyalty to someone offering better terms, consistently ended up in situations where they were expended, sent on dangerous missions, placed at the point of greatest danger in military operations, used as the violent instrument of the conversion campaign in regions where violent resistance was most likely and survival least probable. Olaf generated situations of extreme risk and directed toward them the men he most needed to eliminate. And the eliminations were dressed in the language of holy mission and royal service, so that the men being spent had no framework within which to recognize what was happening to them. The conversion campaign in Trondheim, the great central region of Norway, the heartland of Norse paganism, and the stronghold of the old aristocratic families most resistant to both Christianity and Olaf's centralized power, was the most explicit example of this pattern. Olaf arrived at the great Trondheim Thing in 997 CE with an army demanded conversion and faced organized resistance from the leading men of the region. The confrontation was resolved through a combination of direct violence, the execution of holdouts, the destruction of pagan sites, and the brutal deployment of his warriors in operations designed to break the resistance. The men he sent into the most dangerous of those operations were the same men whose growing power and independent followings made them potentially threatening to his throne. The mathematics of it, if you are willing to call it that, worked out in Olaf's favor. The operations achieved their objectives. The resistance was broken. Norway moved a step closer to Christian uniformity, and the men most capable of challenging Olaf were less capable afterward because some of them were dead, and the rest had been reminded, emphatically, of where their lives sat in relation to their king's priorities. The architectural and material culture of this period reflects both the destruction and the creation that defined Olaf's reign. He built churches, wooden stave churches in the Norwegian tradition, the forerunners of the extraordinary stave church architecture that Norway would develop over the following centuries. Churches whose design was itself a fascinating hybrid of Christian function and Norse aesthetic instinct. Buildings that look, to modern eyes, like they belong equally to both worlds they were designed to bridge. He founded the city of Nidaros, which is now Trondheim, establishing it as a royal and episcopal center, an act of urban creation that reflected a genuinely sophisticated understanding of how to institutionalize power, create a city, give it churches and markets and administrative functions, tie the great men of the region to it through trade and worship and politics, and make the king the fixed point around which all of that orbits. This was not merely the act of a violent warlord. It was the act of a state builder, a man who understood that durable power required institutions rather than just muscle. But the institutionalization was never completed. Olaf had 5 years from 995 CE to 1000 CE. And for most of those 5 years, he was fighting, converting, coercing, building, and making enemies at a rate that his political genius could not quite keep up with. He made an enemy of the Danish king, Sweyn Forkbeard, by marrying Sweyn's sister Thari without Sweyn's consent. A political and personal humiliation that the Danish king did not forget. He made an enemy of the Swedish king Olaf Skirtkonung through territorial disputes and the general aggressive energy of his foreign policy. He alienated the Norwegian jarls who had not been eliminated, but who had been humiliated and stripped of their traditional religious roles. He had converted Norway in 5 years, which was a genuinely remarkable accomplishment. But he had accumulated in those 5 years a coalition of enemies, Danish, Swedish, and disaffected Norwegian, of exactly the kind that Harald Fairhair had managed to prevent for 6 decades. Yet the most devastating truth is this. By the year 1000 CE, Olaf Tryggvason had reduced his own personal military resources. The loyal, experienced, personally devoted warriors who would die specifically for him, rather than for a cause or an institution, to a fraction of what they had been when he took the throne. The men he had sent into the most dangerous operations of the conversion campaign, the men he had used as instruments of his holy war, and then expended without apparent regret, were gone. The army he sailed with to his final battle was numerically impressive, but personally thin. His innermost circle of unquestionably loyal veteran warriors, hollowed out by 5 years of deliberate deployment into lethal situations. And when the crisis came, when the trap was finally sprung, he faced it with fewer truly devoted men than any Norwegian king of his resources should have had. The sacrifice had been real. The king had consumed his own army in the process of making his kingdom. And the kingdom, it turned out, would not outlast the king who had built it. Then, from the south and east, the reckoning came. And it came in the form of a combined fleet, larger than anything Norway had faced since the Battle of Svolder, carrying men who had every reason to want Olaf Tryggvason dead. It is the year 1000 CE. Olaf Tryggvason has been king of Norway for 5 years. He has forcibly Christianized most of the Norwegian coast, destroyed or co-opted the pagan religious establishment, built churches and founded cities, extracted hostages from the most powerful families in the country, and spent his best warriors in the service of his conversion campaign and his political consolidation. He has also, in those 5 years, managed to make enemies of virtually every significant power surrounding Norway. Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark nurses a deep personal grievance over the marriage to his sister. Olaf Tryggvason of Sweden contests Norwegian territorial claims and resents Olaf's aggressive expansion. And in Norway itself, there are jarls who have converted nominally, but who remember what they were before Olaf made them kneel, who carry in the silence behind their Christian professions a banked fury waiting for the moment when the king is vulnerable. The trap that those enemies set for Olaf in the summer of 1000 CE represents one of the most sophisticated and brutally effective pieces of medieval political and military strategy in all of Scandinavian history. Sweyn Forkbeard, Olaf Tryggvason, and Eirik Jarl, the son of the Jarl Håkon, whom Olaf had displaced from Norway, formed a specific alliance directed at the elimination of Olaf Tryggvason. They chose their moment carefully. Olaf was sailing from Poland back to Norway, returning from a diplomatic mission to the Polish King Boleslaw the Brave, whose daughter Olaf had married in what appears to have been an attempt to build a counterbalancing alliance against the Danish-Swedish threat he could see forming against him. He was sailing home with a fleet that the sagas describe as large, but which was sailing through waters controlled by his enemies. And those enemies had assembled a combined fleet and positioned it where Olaf had to pass. The precise location of the Battle of Svolder. The name means something like the Battle of Svolder, is one of the great geographical debates of Norse historical scholarship. Some scholars place it in the sound between modern Denmark and Sweden. Others argue for locations along the southern Baltic coast. What is not debated is the essentials of what happened. Olaf's fleet sailed into what he believed was safe, or at worst familiar water, and found instead an ambush. The combined fleets of Denmark, Sweden, and the disaffected Norwegian jarls waiting for him, arranged in a formation specifically designed to prevent escape and to bring to bear an overwhelming numerical advantage against Olaf's ships. The trap was not an accident. It was not a chance encounter. It was a planned assassination of a king, executed with the precision that you might expect from men who had spent months or possibly years designing it. Olaf's response to finding himself in an ambush of this magnitude has been so thoroughly mythologized by the saga tradition that separating the historical kernel from the heroic overlay requires considerable care. What the sagas agree on is that he faced the situation with extraordinary physical courage. His flagship was the Ormrin Langi, the Long Serpent, one of the largest and most formidable warships in the Norse world of its time, approximately 37 meters long with 34 pairs of oars, carrying over 100 warriors. A vessel that was itself a kind of monument to Olaf's ambitions and resources. The Long Serpent became the last stand. The combined enemy fleets attacked from multiple sides, boarding ship after ship in Olaf's fleet, and killing or capturing their crews, working their way through toward the flagship. Olaf's veterans, those who had survived the conversion campaign, those who had served him since the raiding years in England, the men who were still genuinely loyal to him personally, made a stand on the Long Serpent that the sagas describe with the kind of detailed, almost loving violence that reveals how deeply the Norse imagination was captivated by brave death in overwhelming circumstances. They fought, they bled, they died, one by one and in clusters, until the Long Serpent was an abattoir floating on blood-red water. And then Olaf Tryggvason jumped overboard. The sagas record this moment with enormous dramatic power. The king, in full armor, leaping from the rail of his ship into the sea, disappearing beneath the surface, and never being seen again. The enemy forces searched the water. They found bodies. They did not find the king, and this ambiguity, this absence of a definitive royal corpse, immediately generated exactly the mythology that the absence of a body always generates when a powerful figure disappears. The rumor that Olaf had not died, that he had swum to a nearby ship, that he had been rescued, that he had survived and gone into hiding in some foreign monastery or court, that one day he would return. These rumors persisted for years after Svolder, circulating through Norway and the wider Norse world, and they served a political function beyond mere wishful thinking. They kept alive a residual Olafian loyalty, a sense that the king who had forged Christian Norway had not been definitively extinguished, that his project was not finished, that the enemies who had arranged his disappearance had not won a complete victory. The truth of what happened when Olaf hit the water in full armor in September of the year 1000 CE is not difficult to estimate. Full armor in cold northern water produces a predictable outcome. The king was dead, but the legend was very much alive, and the legend would do work in Norwegian history that the living king had never quite finished. What Svolder revealed in the brutal daylight of historical analysis is the cost of Olaf's governing philosophy. The Long Serpent was defended to the last man by the warriors who had not been sent to die in the conversion campaign, ones who had somehow survived 5 years of being used as instruments of their king's ambitions. And there were not enough of them, jarls who might have fought for Olaf if he had governed differently. Instead, either stood aside or actively contributed to his enemy's cause. The Norwegian magnates who had converted under compulsion felt no particular obligation to die for the man who had compelled them. The army that Olaf had, in effect, sacrificed to build his kingdom was not there to defend it in the moment when defense mattered most. And the kingdom dissolved within months of his death, divided among the victors, Sweyn Forkbeard, Olaf Skirtkonung, and Eirik Jarl, with a thoroughness that suggested it had never been as solid as Olaf's confident rule implied. The Christianization he had achieved was more durable than his political arrangements. The churches he built continued to stand. The Christian communities he had established continued to function. But the unified Norwegian kingdom was gone, scattered back into the older patterns of regional power that Harald Fairhair had first assembled, and that now proved, again, to be the default state of the Norwegian political landscape when central authority collapsed. It was at this moment, looking at the wreckage of Olaf's Norway scattered across the fjords in the long aftermath of Svolder, that a different and more patient kind of kingmaking began to operate. And the man who would benefit from it carried the same name, but an entirely different political temperament. With the fall of Olaf Tryggvason at Svolder, the stage was cleared for a restructuring of Norwegian power that, in the short term, represented a decisive victory for the foreign powers that had conspired to destroy him. Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark emerged from Svolder as the dominant figure in Scandinavian politics, controlling not only Denmark, but now exercising suzerainty over much of Norway through his Danish appointees, and through Eirik Jarl, who ruled the western and central Norwegian coast as a Danish client. Sweden took portions of the eastern Norwegian territories. Norway, as a unified political entity, ceased, effectively, to exist. And the question of whether it would ever re-emerge as anything more than a collection of Danish and Swedish dependencies was genuinely open in the years immediately following the battle. Sweyn Forkbeard was himself one of the most remarkable figures of early 11th century Europe, a king who combined Norse raiding tradition with a sophisticated understanding of political administration that placed him generations ahead of most of his contemporaries. He had been forcing tribute from England for decades, exploiting Ethelred's weakness and the inability of the Anglo-Saxon state to organize effective resistance against the Danish raids. He escalated those raids in the late 990s and early 1000s to a point where they were less raids than sustained military campaigns aimed at the destruction of English resistance. And in 1013 CE, he brought his fleet to England in what amounted to a formal invasion, sweeping through the country with a speed and completeness that drove King Ethelred into exile in Normandy and established Sweyn as the first Danish king of all England, the first non-Anglo-Saxon king of England since the Viking Age began. It was an achievement of staggering magnitude, and it lasted approximately 5 weeks. Sweyn Forkbeard died in February 1014 CE, just 40 days after completing the conquest of England, leaving his sons Cnut and Harold to fight over a suddenly contested inheritance, and opening a window of instability in the Danish Empire that the people of Norway, watching from across the North Sea, understood immediately as an opportunity. The 15 years between Svolder and the emergence of the next Norwegian unifier were not, however, simply a period of passive waiting. They were years of intense, complicated political negotiation and violence at the regional level, as the Norwegian jarls who had submitted to Danish overlordship maneuvered within that submission, maintaining as much practical independence as they could while formally acknowledging Sweyn's supremacy, and as the Christian communities Olaf had established continued to develop their own institutional structures, largely independent of whatever king held nominal power over them. The churches Olaf had built needed priests, and priests needed training, and training required connections to the broader European church structure. And those connections gradually introduced into Norway a set of institutional relationships that transcended any particular political arrangement at the top. This was, in a sense, Olaf's most durable legacy, not the political unification that died with him at Svolder, but the ecclesiastical infrastructure he created, which would prove far more resilient than any of his armies. The Norse skaldic tradition continued through this period, and it is in the poetry of this interregnum that we can hear most clearly the complicated emotional register with which thoughtful Norsemen processed what Olaf had done to them and what Svolder had done to Olaf. The skalds who had served at his court composed memorial verses that acknowledged the destruction he had wrought, while simultaneously honoring the courage he had shown in his final battle, holding both things in the same poem in the way that poetry can do that prose finds difficult: the brutality of the king and the heroism of the man existing side by side without resolving into a simple judgment. This ambivalence in the contemporary sources is itself historical evidence of the complexity of Olaf's legacy in the minds of the people who had lived through his reign. And it complicates the saga tradition's later tendency to smooth out that complexity into an unambiguous, heroic portrait. Then from the West, from Ireland, and from the Scottish Islands, where the Norse diaspora had maintained its presence since the time of Harald Fairhair's conquests, a new force emerged carrying, once again, the bloodline of the great kings, and this time, the man who carried that blood would finish the job Olaf had started, and do it with a patience and a political sophistication that Olaf had never quite managed. This instability continued until a man arrived in Norway who understood, more deeply than Olaf Tryggvason had, that the difference between a king who lasts and a king who doesn't is not merely the ability to take power, but the wisdom to build the kind of loyalty that holds when the armies of your enemies surround you. His name was Olaf Haraldsson, Olaf II, and he would eventually be canonized as Saint Olaf, the patron saint of Norway, which tells you something important about how successfully he managed his posthumous reputation, even if it obscures, as canonization always does, the considerably less saintly methods he employed during his earthly career. Olaf Haraldsson was born around 995 CE, roughly the same year that Olaf Tryggvason returned to Norway from England. And the timing is one of those historical coincidences that feels almost too neat. As one Olaf was arriving to forge a kingdom by fire, another was being born, who would inherit the consequences of that forging and spend his life completing what the first Olaf began. Haraldsson was also a descendant of Harald Fairhair through a different line, and he also spent his youth as a Viking raider, participating in raids along the coasts of England and France and the Iberian Peninsula, accumulating the military experience and personal following that the Viking warrior culture required of anyone who aspired to lead. He converted to Christianity in Normandy, in circumstances that echo Olaf Tryggvason's conversion in England. And like Tryggvason, he brought that Christianity back to Norway as both genuine conviction and deliberate political strategy. He arrived in Norway in 1015 CE, 20 years after Tryggvason, and the Norway he arrived in was both more and less prepared for him than the Norway of 995 CE had been. More prepared because the Christian communities Tryggvason had established had had 20 years to develop and consolidate, because the memory of Tryggvason's kingship had been processed through the particular alchemy of Norse historical memory into something approaching legend, and because the Danish overlordship following Svolder had proved deeply unpopular among the Norwegian magnates, who resented being client kings of a foreign power. Less prepared because the Norwegian aristocracy had also had 20 years to redevelop the habits of independence and the local power structures that any centralizing king would need to break again. And because the men who had most directly served Tryggvason and who might have been natural supporters of his successor's project were largely dead, spent in the conversion campaign or killed at Svolder, Olaf Haraldsson took the throne of Norway in 1015 CE, defeating the Danish jarls who had held power since Svolder in a series of campaigns that demonstrated both his military competence and his superior political intelligence. Where Tryggvason had begun his conversion campaign immediately and prosecuted it with a speed and violence that produced results, but also generated the enemies who ultimately destroyed him, Haraldsson moved more carefully. He built alliances with the Norwegian magnates rather than simply terrifying them, He enforced Christianity, but with somewhat more attention to the difference between genuine resistance that required brutal response and nominal paganism that required education rather than execution. He established church governance with a thoroughness that Tryggvason had never achieved, importing clergy from England and the continent, building a network of Christian institutions that was designed to function independently of the king's personal presence, rather than depending entirely on the king's personal violence for its maintenance. The great cultural legacy of Olaf Haraldsson's reign, beyond the churches and the ecclesiastical structures, was the transformation of Nidaros, the city Tryggvason had founded, into a genuine episcopal and later archiepiscopal center that became the spiritual heart of Norway for centuries. The cathedral that would eventually be built there over Olaf Haraldsson's tomb, the Nidaros Cathedral, stands today as one of the greatest medieval buildings in all of Scandinavia. A Gothic structure of extraordinary beauty completed over centuries. Its construction itself, a testament to the durability of what the two Olafs, for all their violence and their failures, had begun. The pilgrimage routes to Nidaros brought travelers from across northern Europe to pray at the tomb of the saint. And in doing so, they knit Norway into the broader network of European Christian civilization in ways that profoundly shaped the country's subsequent development. But the political achievements of Olaf Haraldsson's reign, impressive as they were, rested on the same fundamental instability that had undermined Tryggvason's. The Norwegian magnates who had accepted Haraldsson as king had done so largely because the alternative was continued Danish domination, not because they had genuinely embraced the kind of centralized royal power that both Olafs were trying to build. When Sinuth the Great, the son of Sweyn Forkbeard, who had eventually consolidated England and Denmark under his single rule, and was building what amounted to a North Sea empire, turned his full attention to Norway in the 1020s. He found a ready audience among the disaffected Norwegian aristocracy. Sinuth bribed, flattered, and promised autonomy to the jarls and leading men who were chafing under Haraldsson's rule. And by 1028 CE, he had assembled enough Norwegian support to invade without the prospect of serious military resistance. Olaf Haraldsson was driven from Norway in 1028 CE, fleeing east to Sweden, and then to Russia, to the court of Prince Yaroslav the Wise in Novgorod, the same Norse-Russian court where Olaf Tryggvason had spent his childhood. In an irony of geography and history that the saga writers found deeply meaningful, he returned in 1030 CE with a small army, far too small by any rational military calculation to challenge Sinuth's Norwegian regime. But Haraldsson was not operating on rational military calculation by this point. He was operating on something that might have been faith, or might have been the particular kind of desperate courage that comes from a man who cannot see any path forward except straight ahead into what he knows will probably kill him. On July 29, 1030 CE, at the Battle of Stiklestad, Olaf Haraldsson's small force met the Norwegian army loyal to Sinut's client regime. And the battle was exactly as one-sided as the numbers suggested it would be. Haraldsson was killed. He died fighting, sword in hand, and the accounts of his death are so thoroughly embedded in the hagiographic tradition that separating military history from saint's legend has become essentially impossible. What happened after his death is, in its own way, more historically interesting than the battle itself. Almost immediately, reports of miracles began to circulate. A spring appeared near the battlefield. The blind received their sight. The lame walked. The body of the dead king was retrieved and buried, and when it was exhumed some time later, it was found to be, according to the clerical witnesses present, incorrupt, the body of a saint, preserved by divine favor rather than natural decay. Within a year of his death, Olaf Haraldsson had been officially declared a saint by the Bishop of Nidaros, and the cult of Saint Olaf, Olaf the Holy, Olaf Rex, Perpetuus Norvegi, the eternal king of Norway, had begun its extraordinary career as perhaps the most politically potent religious movement in all of medieval Scandinavian history. Yet for all the sainthood and the miracle stories, what Stiklestad actually demonstrated, and what the sagas ultimately cannot fully suppress in their determination to make Haraldsson's death a triumph of martyrdom over military failure, is that the Norwegian project of royal unification had failed again. The two Olafs between them had spent 35 years and immense violence attempting to build a Norway that could sustain a unified Christian monarchy. And in 1030 CE, Norway was still, effectively, a client kingdom of the Danish Empire. The churches stood, the Christianity persisted, but the political kingdom was gone a second time. The sacrifices of Tryggvason's warriors and Haraldsson's warriors, and the thousands of ordinary Norwegians who had been coerced, converted, and killed in the process, had built a spiritual infrastructure that outlasted both kings. But the political edifice those sacrifices were supposed to support had crumbled twice in 30 years. However, the saints' cult would prove more powerful than either of its predecessors' armies, because it gave the Norwegian aristocracy something that pure military power never could: a theological justification for Norwegian independence from Danish domination, a claim that Norway had a heavenly patron, a divine protector, an eternal king who transcended the political accidents of Danish conquest, the man who would eventually exploit that claim and finally, durably, bring Norway into being as a genuinely independent kingdom, was already being born in the years after Stiklestad. And he would find in the legend of Saint Olaf a weapon more effective than any longship. With the fall of Olaf Haraldsson at Stiklestad and the brief Danish hegemony that followed, the stage was cleared unexpectedly and rapidly, for the consolidation that had eluded 2 generations of Norwegian kings. The mechanism that cleared it was not military, but biographical. Sinat the Great, the North Sea emperor, who had seemed to settle the question of Scandinavian dominance in Denmark's favor, died in 1035 CE at the age of roughly 40, and his empire, that extraordinary construction of personal genius that united England, Denmark, and Norway under a single rule, began immediately to fracture along the lines that all empires held together by personal brilliance fracture. When the brilliant person is removed, his sons contested the inheritance. England went one way, Denmark another. The Norwegian client regime that Sinat had installed lost its principal support, and the son of Olaf Haraldsson, Magnus, a boy who had been in exile at the Russian court in Novgorod, was invited back to Norway by the Norwegian magnates who had, in the interval between Stiklestad and Sinat's death, discovered that they had complicated feelings about the king they had helped to kill. Magnus Olafsson, known to history as Magnus the Good, came to the Norwegian throne in 1035 CE and managed something that neither of the 2 Olafs had achieved. He held Norway together without provoking the kind of unified aristocratic resistance that had destroyed his father and his father's predecessor. He was helped immeasurably by the Saint Olaf cult, which gave his kingship a sacred legitimacy that no amount of military victory could have matched. He was not merely a king. He was the son of Norway's patron saint, the earthly representative of a divine protector who was understood to be personally invested in Norway's welfare. This theological framing of royal authority was qualitatively different from the authority by violence that Olaf Tryggvason had wielded, and more durable, because it gave the Norwegian people a reason to accept royal power that had nothing to do with fear of the king currently wielding it. Magnus ruled until 1047 CE, and in that 12-year reign, he accomplished something historically remarkable. He actually governed well. He was generous to his magnates, balanced between the demands of centralization and the habits of regional autonomy that the Norwegian aristocracy had maintained for generations. And he built on the ecclesiastical structures of his father's reign to create a church-state partnership that gave Norwegian royal power institutional roots it had never previously had. The law codes he issued, the most significant early Norwegian legal reforms, represented an attempt to translate personal royal authority into something more durable, a written, applicable set of rules that bound king and magnate and freeman alike, that defined obligations and rights in terms that did not entirely depend on who held the sword at any given moment. It was imperfect, it was partial, but it was a beginning, and beginnings matter. The cultural flowering of this period, the consolidation of Norwegian Christian art and architecture, the development of the stave church tradition into one of the most distinctive and beautiful architectural forms in medieval Europe, the emergence of a specifically Norwegian hagiographic literature around the cult of Saint Olaf represented a genuine crystallization of Norwegian cultural identity in ways that the two Olafs' more violent reigns had not quite achieved. The stave churches, with their extraordinary carved wooden facades and their complex internal geometries, their dragon head gable decorations that spoke unmistakably of a pre-Christian aesthetic even in buildings dedicated to Christian worship, are among the most remarkable survivals of early medieval material culture anywhere in the world. Fewer than 30 of the original hundreds survive today, but those that do, most famously the Borgund Stave Church, built around 1180 CE, represent a vision of Christianity in Norway that is simultaneously universal and deeply specific, a faith that had been absorbed and reimagined through the Norse sensibility, rather than simply imported wholesale from Rome or Canterbury. The political stability of Magnus's reign and the brief reigns that followed it was, however, never complete, and the period between Magnus's death in 1047 CE and the stabilization of the Norwegian kingdom in the late 11th century was marked by the same contested successions, the same coalitions of convenience and betrayal, the same cycles of violence between competing claimants to the throne that had characterized every previous period of Norwegian history. The difference now was that the institutions, the church, the developing legal structures, the Saint Olaf cult, provided a framework within which that competition could be partly managed, a set of rules and legitimating ideas that constrained the most destructive impulses of the succession conflicts without eliminating them. The kings who ruled Norway in this period, Harald Hardrada, Olaf Kyrre, Magnus Barefoot, and the others who cycled through the Norwegian throne in the late 11th and early 12th centuries, each contributed something to the institutional development of the kingdom, even when they were simultaneously engaged in the external adventurism and internal violence that Viking kingship seemed almost structurally to demand. Harald Hardrada, Harald Sigurdsson, deserves specific mention, both because he was one of the most extraordinary military figures of the 11th century, and because his death in 1066 CE at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, just days before the Norman conquest, transformed England, represents one of those pivot points where several major historical threads cross simultaneously. Harold had spent 15 years as a Varangian guardsman in Byzantium before returning to claim the Norwegian throne, and the combination of Byzantine military sophistication and Norse physical courage he brought to his campaigns made him genuinely formidable. He tried to conquer England in 1066 CE with a fleet of 300 ships and an army of perhaps 9,000 men, claiming the English throne through a complicated chain of succession arguments that most English people found unpersuasive. King Harold of England met him at Stamford Bridge in Yorkshire on September 25, 1066 CE, and killed him in a battle that ended the last serious Viking attempt to conquer England. 3 days later, William the Conqueror landed in the south, and England's history took the Norman turn that would define it for centuries. Harald Hardrada's death was, in a sense, the end of the Viking Age as a political project. The last time a Scandinavian king would seriously contest a major English or European throne by the old Viking method of arriving with ships and swords. But for Norway itself, the period following Hardrada's death and the eventual stabilization of the kingdom under Olaf Tryggvason, who earned his epithet, the Quiet, largely by contrast with his predecessor's relentless violence, was one of genuine development. Urban centers grew. The church hierarchy deepened. Trade connections to the broader European economy strengthened, and the story that had begun with Harald Fairhair's brutal unification had been interrupted by Olaf Tryggvason's violent Christianization, and untimely death had been advanced and then interrupted again by Olaf Haraldsson's saintly martyrdom, was settling into something that looked, at last, like a stable medieval kingdom, not perfect, not peaceful, not without violence and succession crisis and external threat, but recognizably a country, rather than simply a collection of competing warlords who happened to speak the same language. Then, from within that slowly stabilizing kingdom, new stresses began to develop. As the great families whose power dated to the Viking Age found themselves increasingly in conflict with a church that claimed independent authority, a nascent urban merchant class that operated by different rules than the traditional landed aristocracy, and a royal lineage that was itself becoming dangerously contested, setting the stage for a period of civil war that would make even the violence of Olaf Tryggvason's reign look orderly by comparison. This instability continued until Norway descended in the 12th century into a period of sustained civil war that lasted over 100 years and came close to destroying the institutional progress that the post-Viking consolidation had achieved. The wars, known in Norwegian historical tradition as the Borgerkrigstiden, the Civil War period, began with a succession crisis following the death of King Sigurd Jorsalfar in 1130 CE, and did not fully resolve until the reign of Håkon Håkonsson in the mid-13th century. And in between, they consumed the lives and fortunes of kings, jarls, bishops, and ordinary Norwegians in a grinding cycle of factional violence that makes the cleaner narratives of the Viking Age look almost simple by comparison. These were not the wars of clear-cut heroism that the sagas celebrated. They were the wars of complex political calculation, of shifting alliances and sudden betrayals, of ideology dressed as religion and religion dressed as ideology, of a country tearing itself apart along lines that had been forming since the time of Harold Fairhair. The specific trigger was, as succession crises in medieval kingdoms almost always are, a contested inheritance combined with an institutional framework too weak to resolve it peacefully. Sigurd Jorsalfair, Sigurd the Crusader, who earned his epithet by actually leading a Norwegian crusade to the Holy Land in 1107 CE, becoming the first European king to lead a crusade to Jerusalem, an achievement so unlikely from the Norse perspective that it sounds fictional until you check the sources, left a succession situation that was genuinely ambiguous. Multiple claimants pressed multiple claims, each with the support of different factions in the Norwegian aristocracy, and the church, which had been developing its own institutional independence and its own view of what legitimate royal authority required, added its weight to the confusion by refusing to endorse any single claimant unconditionally. What emerged was a factional landscape in which different regions and different social groups backed different kings, and the military resolution of those competing claims became a permanent feature of Norwegian political life, rather than an occasional emergency. The factions acquired, over time, ideological coloring. The Birkebeiner, literally birch legs, a name that came from their early poverty and their use of birch bark to wrap their legs in winter, became associated with reform, with support for the peasant and smallholder classes against the great aristocratic families, and ultimately with the royal line of Sverre Sigurdsson, who is one of the most remarkable characters in all of Norwegian medieval history, and who deserves considerably more international recognition than he typically receives. Sverre arrived in Norway in the 1170s, claiming to be an illegitimate son of King Ingi, a claim that his opponents dismissed as fraudulent, and that historians continue to debate. What cannot be disputed is what he did with that claim. He gathered around him the Birkebeiner faction, built them from a small, poorly equipped band of mountain fighters into a formidable military force, and over the course of 15 years of sustained, ferocious campaigning against the established aristocratic factions and their royal candidates, he fought his way to undisputed control of Norway by 1184 CE, defeating and killing King Magnus Erlingsson at the Battle of Fimrate in that year, in what amounted to the decisive moment of the entire Civil War period. Sverre Sigurdsson was, by any measure, one of the most intellectually and politically sophisticated rulers in medieval Scandinavian history, and he demonstrated that sophistication in the way he handled the church, which is to say, he demonstrated it by picking an extraordinarily dangerous fight with the papacy and winning. The church in Norway, developing its institutional independence throughout the Civil War period, had backed the Erling Magnus faction against Sverre. And when Sverre won the Civil War, the church did not gracefully accept his victory. Archbishop Eirik of Nidaros excommunicated Sverre in 1194 CE, placed Norway under interdict, and went into exile in Denmark, from where he coordinated continued resistance against the Birkebeiner king. Sverre responded by writing, or having written on his behalf, a remarkable document called the Speculum Regale, and more directly by writing his own apologia to Pope Innocent III, arguing the legitimacy of his position, and by simply refusing to be destabilized by the interdict, continuing to govern Norway with or without papal blessing. The Church eventually came to terms. Sverre outlasted his opponents, including 2 popes, and when he died in 1202 CE, he left behind a Norway that was, for the first time in its history, genuinely and durably unified under a single royal authority, backed by a working church structure, a developing legal system, and the institutional memory of decades of hard-won political experience. The cultural achievements of the Civil War period, despite its violence, or perhaps because violence generates its own cultural responses, were considerable. The skaldic tradition continued to evolve, producing poets of extraordinary technical accomplishment who served the various royal factions, and whose work preserves, in its elaborate elusive structures, a portrait of 12th century Norse life that no other source type can replicate. The Norse prose saga tradition, which would eventually give the world the Heimskringla and the great family sagas of Iceland, was developing its characteristic forms in this period, as the oral stories of the Viking Age began to be committed to parchment by literate clerics who understood that the material they were preserving was not just entertaining, but historically invaluable. The stave church building tradition reached its peak in the 12th and early 13th centuries, the greatest examples of the form being constructed just as the political conflicts they were built within were approaching their resolution, and the emerging town culture of Bergen, Nidaros, and Oslo, urban centers that were beginning to function as genuine commercial hubs within the European trading network, was generating a new kind of Norwegian social experience, one that was neither the traditional Norse rural world nor the ecclesiastical world of the monasteries, but something new, mercantile and cosmopolitan, in ways that Harald Fairhair or Olaf Tryggvason could not have imagined. The resolution of the civil wars under Håkon Håkonsson, who ruled from 1217 CE to 1263 CE, and is considered by most Norwegian historians the architect of the high medieval Norwegian state, represented the endpoint of a process that had begun with Harald Fairhair and had consumed, along the way, Olaf Tryggvason's army and 2 Olaf's lifetimes and 100 years of civil warfare. Håkon codified the law, regularized church-state relations, expanded Norwegian territorial control to include Iceland and Greenland, both of which acknowledged Norwegian overlordship in the 1260s, completing a Norse Atlantic empire that extended from the Scandinavian peninsula to the edge of North America. and presided over what was in many respects the golden age of medieval Norwegian culture. A period of architectural achievement, literary production, and international connection that placed Norway, for a few brief decades, at the center of Northern European civilization rather than at its edge. But even Haakon's great achievement carried within it the seeds of future instability, because it was built on a personal and dynastic foundation rather than a fully institutionalized state. And the question of what happens when extraordinary personal competence is removed from an institution not yet strong enough to function without it was one that Norway, like every medieval kingdom, had not yet fully answered. Then from the east, from the great continental trading network that connected the cities of northern Germany, a new economic power arose that would transform Norwegian commerce, culture, and ultimately sovereignty in ways that no Viking army had ever managed. And it would do so not with swords, but with contracts, with the consolidation of Håkon Håkonsson's kingdom and the apparent triumph of Norwegian state building. The stage was cleared for a different kind of vulnerability, not military, but economic, not sudden, but gradual, not the result of any single catastrophic betrayal, but of a slow, structural shift in the balance of power between those who produced things and those who transported and sold them. The Hanseatic League, the great confederation of North German merchant cities that dominated the trade of the North and Baltic seas from the mid-13th century to the 17th, arrived in Norway not as conquerors, but as traders. And for a generation or more, the relationship looked mutually beneficial. Norwegian fish, particularly the dried cod that would eventually feed half of Catholic Europe during its medieval Lenten fasts, was exactly the kind of commodity the Hansa wanted, and Norwegian merchants were willing sellers. Bergen, the great port city on the western Norwegian coast, became the Hansa's most important Norwegian trading station, and the Hanseatic contour at Bergen, the enclosed trading quarter known as Bryggen, whose reconstructed facades still define the Bergen waterfront today, became one of the most significant commercial establishments in Northern Europe. The problem with the Hanseatic relationship, which became apparent to Norwegian observers over the course of the 14th century, was that it was not a relationship between equals. The Hansa merchants at Bergen operated under their own laws, spoke their own language, Low German, maintained their own social world almost entirely separate from the Norwegian community around them, and over time came to control not just the trading of Norwegian fish, but the credit and capital that Norwegian fishermen and merchants needed to operate at all. This was not the kind of conquest that leaves bodies on a battlefield. It was the kind of conquest that leaves entries in ledger books, and it was in many ways more complete. By the mid-14th century, the Hansa effectively controlled Bergen's economy, setting prices for fish, controlling the flow of grain that Norway depended on for food, and using that control to extract terms from Norwegian producers that ensured the profits of the trade flowed south to Lübeck and Hamburg and Bremen rather than staying in Norway. Norwegian merchants who tried to compete with the Hansa in their own export markets found themselves systematically frozen out of trading networks. They lacked the capital and the organizational sophistication to penetrate independently. The economic sovereignty that Håkon Håkonsson's political consolidation had seemed to secure was being quietly, thoroughly hollowed out. Into this already stressed situation, in the summer of 1349 CE, came the Black Death. The plague arrived in Norway via a ship from England, landing at Bergen and spreading with a speed and lethality that reduced the Norwegian population by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2 within 2 years. The precise toll is impossible to establish with certainty. The demographic evidence from medieval Norway is incomplete, but comparisons with better documented European countries suggest that Norway's experience was at least as severe as the continental average, and possibly worse, given the isolated nature of many Norwegian communities, which meant that populations had no prior exposure to the disease, and therefore no resistance whatsoever. Entire fjord communities were wiped out. The administrative structure Håkon and his successors had built, which depended on literate clerics who were themselves disproportionately killed by the plague, was severely damaged. Agricultural production collapsed as farm laborers died faster than they could be replaced. The revenue flows that sustained the Norwegian crown dried up. The Black Death killed, among its Norwegian victims, King Magnus Eriksson's ability to govern effectively, and it set in motion the dynastic complications that would end Norwegian independence for nearly 4 centuries. Magnus, who had already combined the Norwegian and Swedish crowns through a series of inheritance arrangements, and who was not, by the standards of the day, a particularly capable ruler, even without a catastrophic pandemic to manage, found himself unable to hold his combined kingdom together as the crisis deepened. The Norwegian aristocracy, devastated by plague and economic pressure simultaneously, was in no position to resist the dynastic arrangements that followed, and in 1380 CE Norway entered into a union with Denmark that began as a personal union, the same king ruling both countries, and gradually, over the following century, became something closer to Danish annexation. The formal union of the 3 Scandinavian crowns under the Danish queen, Margaret I, in 1397 CE. The Kalmar Union placed Norway, Sweden, and Denmark under a single crown. And while Sweden eventually fought its way out of that union in 1523 CE, Norway did not. It remained under Danish rule, increasingly as a subordinate province rather than an equal partner, for 434 years. The cultural consequences of this political subordination were profound, and in many respects devastating. The Norwegian language, which had been developing its own literary tradition through the saga age and had produced some of the greatest medieval narrative literature in any Germanic language, was gradually replaced in official use by Danish, the language of the ruling class and the administration. The Norwegian literary tradition that the saga writers had built did not simply die. It went underground, persisting in oral culture and in the written languages of rural communities. But it was cut off from the patronage and the institutional support that literate culture needs to develop, and the gap in Norwegian literary production between the medieval peak of the 13th century and the national revival of the 19th century is one of the more poignant cultural losses in European history. The stories survived, the language survived, the traditions survived barely in the memories and the spoken words of people who had no power and no platform, waiting for the moment when Norway would be its own country again and could reclaim what had been taken. However, it was precisely in this long period of Danish domination that the Norwegian cultural identity most fully consolidated itself, in the paradoxical way that subjugation often strengthens the thing it tries to extinguish. The memory of the Viking Age, of the two Olafs, of the Saint Olaf cult, and the stave churches and the sagas, became during the centuries of Danish rule not merely history, but a kind of national mythology, a narrative of original greatness and independence that sustained the idea of Norway as a distinct people, even when Norway was not a distinct state. Olaf Tryggvason, the violent pragmatist who had consumed his own army to forge his kingdom, became in this mythology something quite different. A heroic king, a Christian warrior, a figure of legendary physical gifts and spiritual conviction. The brutality was forgotten or remembered as necessary. The sacrifice of the army was reframed as sacrifice for the nation. The king, who had been most responsible for the kingdom's internal fractures, was transformed, in the Norwegian cultural memory, into the king who had first truly made it whole. Yet the truth that the historical record preserves, for those willing to read it carefully, is more complicated and more instructive than any mythology, because it shows, in the specific details of Olaf Tryggvason's reign, the precise relationship between political genius and political destruction that has repeated itself in the stories of ambitious rulers across every culture and every century, and that continues to repeat itself today. Then, from the West, from the Atlantic world that the Norse had helped to create, and from the intellectual ferment of the 18th century, the forces that would eventually restore Norwegian independence began to gather. This period of Danish domination, stretching from the late 14th century into the early 19th, was not a static 400 years of simple suppression. It was a period of genuine transformation in which Norway was changed in fundamental ways, even as it resisted those changes, in which the forces that would eventually produce Norwegian independence were generated by precisely the conditions of dependence that seemed to preclude it. The Protestant Reformation arrived in Norway in 1537 CE, imposed from above by the Danish crown following Christianize's adoption of Lutheranism, and it represented the most significant disruption of Norwegian religious and cultural life since Olaf Tryggvason's conversion campaign 5 centuries earlier. The Catholic Church infrastructure, the monasteries, the cathedral chapters, the elaborate network of ecclesiastical institutions that had been the primary vehicle for literacy and learning in Norway for 500 years, was dismantled in the span of a few years, its properties confiscated, its clergy required to convert or leave, its Latin language liturgical culture replaced by Danish language Lutheran worship that was simultaneously more accessible to ordinary worshippers and more firmly controlled by a royal authority that had every reason to prefer a church that answered to the king rather than to Rome. The Reformation's cultural impact was deeply ambivalent. On one hand, the shift to vernacular worship and the emphasis on individual Bible reading that Lutheranism promoted contributed over the long term to higher literacy rates in Norway, creating the conditions for a more broadly educated population that would eventually support the national revival of the 19th century. On the other hand, the Reformation destroyed or damaged irreplaceable artifacts of medieval Norwegian culture, manuscripts, art, architectural features of the great churches that were considered idolatrous by the reformers and treated accordingly. The stave churches, those extraordinary wooden buildings that represented the most distinctive achievement of medieval Norwegian material culture, survived largely because they were remote, and their remote communities could not easily afford to replace them with Protestant appropriate buildings, not because anyone in power valued them as cultural artifacts. Many were demolished. Many more decayed without maintenance. The roughly 28 that survive today represent a small fraction of what once existed, preserved by accident and poverty and inaccessibility, rather than by deliberate conservation. The figure who most clearly embodied the contradictions of the Reformation period in Norway was Olaf Tryggvason, the last Catholic Archbishop of Nidaros, who made a final, desperate attempt to use the Church as a vehicle for Norwegian political independence before the Reformation made that project impossible. Tryggvason understood that the Catholic Church structure, with its allegiance to Rome rather than to the Danish king, its institutional independence from the crown, its role as the primary vehicle of Norwegian cultural identity, was, paradoxically, Norway's best available instrument for asserting a kind of sovereignty against Danish domination, and he tried between roughly 1530 CE and 1537 CE to build a political coalition that would resist Christianize's Lutheranizing program and preserve both the old church and, he hoped, something resembling Norwegian political autonomy. He failed. The coalition he tried to build did not hold. The Danish military power that enforced the Reformation was too strong, and in 1537, C.E. Engelbrektsson fled Norway on a ship, carrying what church treasures he could, and died in exile in the Netherlands. With his departure, the last institutional structure that had linked Norway to its pre-Danish past was gone, and the country entered a period of more thorough cultural integration with Denmark than anything that had preceded it. The economic transformation of this period was equally profound and equally ambivalent. The Hanse's dominance of Bergen's trade, which had been the defining economic fact of Norwegian commercial life since the 14th century, gradually waned in the 16th and 17th centuries as new trading powers, Dutch, English, Scottish, challenged the German commercial hegemony, and as the Norwegian fishing industry developed its own international connections that partially bypassed the Hanseatic intermediaries. Norwegian merchant families, particularly those based in the coastal cities of the south and east, began to accumulate the capital and the commercial networks that gave them a degree of economic independence from both the Hanse and the Danish crown. And this emerging merchant class would eventually play a crucial role in the national revival of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The lumber trade, the export of Norwegian timber to the shipbuilding industries of the Netherlands and England, which were consuming wood at an extraordinary rate as they built the Atlantic trading empires, was particularly important in generating Norwegian merchant wealth. And the families who controlled the great sawmill operations of southeastern Norway in the 17th and 18th centuries became, gradually, the foundation of a Norwegian bourgeoisie with its own interests and its own culture and its own gradually developing sense that those interests and that culture deserved political representation. The military history of this period also deserves attention because it complicates the simple narrative of Norwegian passive subordination under Danish rule. Norwegian soldiers and sailors served, often with distinction, in Danish military operations throughout this period, and the wars Denmark fought against Sweden, particularly the brutal Napoleonic-era conflicts of the early 19th century, tested the loyalty of Norwegian subjects in ways that accelerated rather than suppressed the development of Norwegian national consciousness. Norwegians who served in Danish armies fighting for Danish strategic interests began to ask, with increasing urgency, what exactly they were fighting for, and why those interests should be identical with their own. The Enlightenment ideas flowing in from France and Germany and Britain, ideas about national self-determination, about the right of peoples to govern themselves, about the relationship between ethnicity and political community, gave those questions a theoretical framework and a political vocabulary that made them more rather than less pressing with each passing decade. The great catalyst, however, came from outside, from the Napoleonic Wars that remade the European political order, and in so doing created, almost accidentally, the conditions for Norwegian independence. Denmark had allied with Napoleon, a decision that proved catastrophic when the British bombarded Copenhagen in 1807 CE and destroyed much of the Danish fleet, severing Denmark's Atlantic connections and imposing an economic blockade that impoverished both countries. By 1813 CE, it was clear that Napoleon was losing, and that Denmark, as his ally, would be on the wrong side of the eventual peace settlement. The Swedish crown prince, the French Marshal Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte, who had been elected to the Swedish throne and was now fighting against his former master Napoleon, demanded Norway as his price for Swedish cooperation with the anti-Napoleonic coalition. The Treaty of Kiel, signed in January 1814 CE, transferred Norway from Denmark to Sweden. Negotiated, as the Norwegians bitterly noted, entirely without Norwegian consultation, by foreign powers treating their country as a diplomatic poker chip to be shuffled across the table for great power convenience, exactly as Norway had been shuffled since the time of Olaf Tryggvason and the Danish-Swedish coalition that had conspired to destroy him at Svolder. But the Norwegians of 1814 had something their ancestors had lacked: a national consciousness coherent enough to resist. A group of Norwegian political and intellectual leaders, gathering at Eidsvoll in the spring of 1814 CE, wrote a constitution, the Eidsvoll Constitution, signed on May 17, 1814 CE, a date still celebrated as Norway's National Day. That was one of the most liberal and progressive constitutional documents of its time, establishing a parliamentary system, guaranteeing individual rights, and declaring Norway an independent constitutional monarchy. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were acts of extraordinary political courage by men who knew perfectly well that Sweden had a military force capable of crushing their rebellion. It was, at one level, a gesture toward an ideal of national sovereignty that the immediate military balance of power made unrealizable. But it was also something more than a gesture. It was an act of definition, a declaration that Norway existed as a political community with the right to govern itself. And once that declaration was made and the Constitution written, it proved impossible to fully erase, even when Swedish military force compelled the Norwegians to accept a union with Sweden later in 1814 CE. The union with Sweden that replaced the union with Denmark was, from the beginning, different in character, more equal, more explicitly constitutional, more constrained by the Eidsvoll framework that the Norwegians had established. Norway kept its own parliament, its Storting, its own legal system, its own growing sense of national identity. The Swedish-Norwegian Union was personal, not organic, two countries sharing a king, but retaining separate institutions. And it lasted 91 years until the growing Norwegian national movement made it untenable, and Norway, finally, in 1905 CE, dissolved it through a constitutional referendum and declared full independence for the first time since the Kalmar Union of 1397 CE, the nation that Olaf Tryggvason had tried to forge through terror, that had died twice at Svolder and Stiklestad, and had been subsumed for 5 centuries under Danish and then Swedish rule, was at last a free country, governing itself, writing its own history in its own language. Then from the north, and from the deep geological reserves beneath Norway's coastal shelf, forces far greater than any king or jarl had imagined would redefine what it meant to be Norwegian in the modern age. With the achievement of full independence in 1905 CE and the establishment of Håkon VII, a Danish prince renamed to honor the Old Norse kings, the name itself a deliberate act of historical imagination. As the first king of an independent Norway in over 500 years, the stage was cleared for what would prove to be one of the most dramatic national transformations in modern European history, the conversion of a relatively poor, sparsely populated seafaring nation into one of the wealthiest and most egalitarian societies on earth. But the path from 1905 CE to modern Norway ran through darkness before it reached the light, and the darkness was absolute. On April 9, 1940 CE, Nazi Germany invaded Norway. The invasion was the first major combined operation of the Second World War, a simultaneous assault by sea, air, and land along the entire Norwegian coast, designed to secure Norway's strategic coastline before Britain could occupy it, and to guarantee Germany's access to the Swedish iron ore that came through Norwegian ports. King Håkon VII, the great-grandson of the Danish prince who had been chosen for the Norwegian throne in 1905, faced on that April morning a situation that was in some ways eerily similar to the one Olaf Tryggvason had faced at Svolder: an overwhelming force, a demand for submission, and the knowledge that compliance and resistance each carried their own species of catastrophe. Håkon refused to capitulate and to legitimize the Nazi occupation by remaining as a puppet monarch. He fled with his government to London, from where the Norwegian government in exile directed Norwegian resistance, and the extensive Norwegian merchant fleet, at the time one of the largest in the world, continued to supply the Allied war effort at enormous human cost. Approximately 4,000 Norwegian sailors died in the service of the Allied convoys, a toll that, proportionally, represented one of the heaviest maritime casualties of any nation in the war. The occupation itself lasted 5 years, from April 1940 CE to May 8, 1945 CE, and it produced in Norway, as occupations tend to produce, a complex range of responses that the post-war national narrative often simplified for reasons of psychological necessity. The Quisling collaborator government Vidkun Quisling, the Norwegian politician who sided with the Nazis and became so synonymous with treachery that his name entered the English language as a common noun, represented the extreme of collaboration. But there were gradations between Quisling's outright betrayal and the active resistance of the fighters in the mountains and the cities. Most Norwegians occupied a complicated middle ground, surviving, trying to protect their families, making compromises they would later not discuss, discovering capacities for both cowardice and courage that they had not previously known they possessed. The Norwegian Jews, roughly 773 in total, were deported to Auschwitz and the other death camps, most of them killed in one of the darker chapters of Norwegian occupation history, a chapter that the post-war generation was slow to fully acknowledge, and that contemporary Norway has worked to confront with increasing directness. The liberation of 1945 CE and the return of King Haakon VII in a scene of extraordinary popular emotion that indicated how deeply the king's refusal to capitulate had resonated with the Norwegian people, was followed by a period of national reconstruction and social democratic consolidation that shaped modern Norway more fundamentally than any other period, except perhaps the Viking Age itself. The Labour Party, which had been building its organizational strength since the early 20th century, won the post-war elections decisively and proceeded to implement a vision of social democracy, comprehensive welfare state, strong union rights, state ownership of key industries, redistributive taxation that drew on both the Enlightenment liberalism of the Eidsvoll Constitution and the specific Norwegian experience of a society where geography had historically forced cooperation between people who could not survive alone in the harsh northern landscape. The welfare state that Norway built in the post-war decades was not an ideological imposition on an unwilling society. It was an extension, through modern institutional forms, of patterns of mutual obligation and collective responsibility that ran very deep in Norwegian culture. The discovery of oil in the North Sea in 1969 CE, specifically the discovery of the Ekofisk field by the American company Phillips Petroleum, followed by the even larger Statfjord and Gullfaks fields in the 1970s, transformed Norway's economic position in ways that make the head swim when you look at the numbers. Norway was, in 1969 CE, a prosperous but not exceptionally wealthy Northern European country with a standard of living comparable to its Scandinavian neighbors, and an economy based primarily on fishing, shipping, and aluminum production. The oil changed everything. By the turn of the 21st century, Norway had accumulated the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, the Government Pension Fund Global, which as of the time of this writing holds assets valued at over $1.5 trillion, distributed across roughly 9,000 companies in 70 countries, representing approximately 1.5% Of all the publicly traded companies on Earth, Norway, with a population of 5.5 million people, owns more of the global economy than most countries, 50 times its size. This is what the oil beneath the North Sea has produced, invested wisely and distributed through a welfare state that uses the returns to fund education, healthcare, pensions, and infrastructure of a quality that the rest of the world looks at with a mixture of admiration and envy. Einar Gerhardsson, the Labour Party Prime Minister, who served for most of the post-war period between 1945 CE and 1965 CE, oversaw the initial construction of the Norwegian welfare state with a combination of practical wisdom and ideological conviction that earned him the nickname the father of modern Norway. Though that nickname, like all such titles, obscures as much as it reveals the specific decisions made in those post-war decades about state ownership, about oil fund management, about the balance between market efficiency and social security, were not inevitable. They were choices made by specific people in specific historical circumstances, and they could have been made differently. As the oil boom histories of Nigeria and Venezuela and other resource-rich countries demonstrate with painful clarity, Norway chose well, which is to say, Norway's specific historical circumstances. The democratic institutions built since 1814, the relatively egalitarian social structure, the experience of occupation and resistance that had reinforced collective solidarity, produced a political culture capable of making wise collective decisions about a windfall that has historically corrupted every society it has touched. Contemporary Norway navigates a world that Olaf Tryggvason could not have imagined and would not have recognized. Yet the continuities with his time are more present than they might appear. The Nidaros Cathedral that stands in Trondheim, the city he founded, is still the site of Norwegian royal consecrations, still the spiritual center of Norwegian national identity, in ways that the physical structure makes tangible. It is a medieval building, housing a living national tradition. The stones laid by 12th century builders still bearing the weight of a 21st century people's sense of who they are and where they come from. The Storting, the Norwegian parliament, continues to operate in the spirit, if not the letter of the Eidsvoll Constitution of 1814. The document that was itself a response to 5 centuries of external domination that had been provoked in part by the instability that Olaf Tryggvason's violent consolidation had produced. The St. Olaf pilgrimage to Nidaros, revived in the late 20th century and growing each year, brings modern Norwegians and international pilgrims along the old medieval routes to the cathedral, retracing a path that the two Olafs, violence, and the long centuries of Danish rule and national suppression had not managed to erase. The oil fund invests in the world that the Viking Age helped to create, a world of global interconnection and commercial exchange that the Norse traders and raiders first traced the outlines of when they pushed their longships from the Norwegian coast into the unknown Atlantic. Norway today faces the 21st century with resources and institutions that would have seemed fantastical to any Norwegian king from Harald Fairhair to Håkon VII. It is a NATO member, a generous foreign aid donor, a leader in international peace mediation. The Oslo Accords of 1993 were negotiated under Norwegian auspices, and a society that consistently ranks at or near the top of global indices of happiness, social trust, and human development. It is also a society facing the questions that all successful societies eventually face: how to maintain social cohesion in the face of increasing immigration, how to transition away from the oil economy that has funded its welfare state as the world shifts toward renewable energy, how to balance the internationalist commitments of a small, wealthy country with the specific national interests that drive all countries' foreign policy, regardless of their actions, had their most direct and immediate consequences. But we should not leave without accounting properly for what was lost in the conversion campaign. Not just the men who died, but the world they inhabited, the culture they carried, the cosmology they moved within, because that world was, by any objective measure, one of the most remarkable human creations of the early medieval period, and its destruction, incomplete, imperfect, never fully achieved, but real, was one of the significant cultural losses of the age. The Norse religious world that Olaf was dismantling had developed over centuries into a system of extraordinary richness and internal consistency. The cosmology it offered, the 9 worlds, the world tree Yggdrasil, the Aesir and Vanir gods with their complicated family dynamics, and their very human mixture of power and vulnerability, the giants and dwarves and elves, and the Norns who spun fate at the roots of the world tree, was not a primitive collection of superstitions. It was a sophisticated attempt to account for the entire range of human experience: love and war and death and fate, and the mystery of why the world is beautiful and terrible simultaneously, of why brave men die young and cowards sometimes live long, of why the universe feels both purposeful and arbitrary. The gods of the Norse pantheon were not omnipotent or omniscient. They were powerful and knowing, and sometimes wise, but they were also fallible, mortal in the long run. Ragnarök, the Norse apocalypse, was the inevitable death of the gods themselves, the end of the divine as well as the human world. And they made mistakes and paid for them in ways that the Christian God, omnipotent and eternal and perfect, could never do. This fallibility gave the Norse religious tradition a tragic quality, a sense that even the highest and most powerful things in the universe were subject to entropy and loss, that heroism mattered precisely because it was doomed, that beauty was most beautiful when you understood it was temporary. The skaldic poetry that this tradition produced was technically among the most demanding and complex in the entire history of European verse. The skald, the Norse court poet, worked within a formal system of astonishing intricacy. The Drottvedt meter, the standard form for court poetry, required not just syllable count and stress pattern, but a specific system of internal rhymes and alliteration that operated simultaneously across each half line and between half lines, combined with the use of kennings, complex metaphorical compounds, where, for example, the sea might be called the wound of the sword of the giant's bride, through a chain of mythological associations that required both poet and audience to carry an enormous body of mythological knowledge in their heads in order to make and decode the reference. This was not entertainment for the masses. It was an elite art form, produced by specialists, consumed by an audience of educated warriors and aristocrats who understood the mythological references and appreciated the technical display, and it encoded within its elaborate structures a worldview, martial, fatalistic, honor-obsessed, deeply sensitive to the passage of time and the transience of glory. That was the distilled essence of the Norse cultural tradition. When Olaf burned the sacred groves and executed the Gothar, and forced the poets to choose between conversion and exile, he was not just changing the religion, he was pulling the supports from under an entire aesthetic tradition. And the collapse, though it happened gradually over decades, rather than suddenly in the years of his reign, was real and irreversible. Iceland preserved more of this tradition than Norway did, precisely because Iceland was beyond Olaf's reach and had been settled partly by the people who fled Harald Fairhair's unification a century earlier. The Icelandic literary culture of the 12th and 13th centuries, the period when Snorri Sturluson wrote the Heimskringla and the Prose Edda, when the great family sagas were committed to parchment, when the Eddic poems were collected and preserved, represents the most significant survival of the Norse literary tradition, and we owe it entirely to the accident of Iceland's geographic isolation from the centralizing, Christianizing Norwegian kings. Without Iceland, we would know almost nothing of the Norse mythological tradition, except what hostile Christian sources reported about it, which is to say, we would know a caricature rather than the thing itself. With Iceland, we have the thing itself, or as close to it as the centuries of transmission allowed, and it is, in its own right, one of the supreme achievements of medieval world literature, a body of material rich enough and complex enough and beautiful enough that writers and artists and composers have been drawing from it for 2 centuries of modern scholarship and show no sign of exhausting it. The material culture that Olaf's conversion campaign destroyed or damaged beyond recovery is harder to assess because it left, by definition, less record than the literary tradition. The cult statues that were pulled down, the carved wooden figures of the Norse gods that stood in the great temples like the one at Uppsala in Sweden, which the Norwegian conversion campaign influenced but could not directly reach, We know these existed from multiple independent sources, but we have almost none of the objects themselves, the votive offerings, the ritual objects, the symbolic artifacts that must have constituted a rich, material, religious tradition. Gone, destroyed, or surviving only as archaeological fragments, too degraded to tell their full story. The great blot ceremonies, the seasonal rituals that organized the Norse year around the rhythms of agriculture and fishing and the needs of the gods. We know their outline from the saga descriptions written after Christianization had already transformed the cultural memory of them, but we do not know the details of the liturgy, the specific words spoken, the precise choreography of the rituals, because no one thought to write them down before they were gone, and no one after they were gone had any interest in reconstructing them accurately rather than dismissively. The conversion destroyed not just the practice, but the memory of the practice, and that destruction is the most complete and the most irrecoverable aspect of what Olaf Tryggvason's 5 years wrought. And yet, and here is the complexity that makes history endlessly interesting. The Christianity that replaced the old religion in Norway was not an alien imposition that left nothing of the original culture intact. The Norse aesthetic sensibility was too strong, too deeply embedded in the craftsmen and artists and architects who were asked to build the new Christian structures, to be simply erased and replaced. The stave churches are the most visible evidence of this. Their dragon head gable decorations, their elaborate carved portal panels that feature interlaced serpentine designs of unmistakably pre-Christian origin, their proportions, and their relationship to the surrounding landscape. All of these speak of a building tradition that had absorbed Christian function, but refused to entirely abandon Norse form. The early Norwegian Christian art is full of this hybrid quality. The Ørn's stave church portal, now preserved in the Bergen Museum after the church it decorated was demolished, features a carved design of intertwined animals and serpents in the pure Ørn style, one of the greatest achievements of Viking Age decorative art, installed in a Christian church by craftsmen who clearly saw no contradiction between the form and the new function. This survival, incomplete, compromised, but real, of pre-Christian aesthetic sensibility within the Christian framework that Olaf imposed, is perhaps the most eloquent testimony to the impossibility of fully destroying a living culture from the top down. You can kill the priests, you can burn the temples, you can execute the holdouts, but you cannot kill the hands that learned their art from parents, who learned from their parents, going back to the Bronze Age hunters who carved animals on the rock faces. And those hands will find their way into whatever new forms the king imposes, bringing with them something irreducibly, stubbornly themselves. The Battle of Svolder in the year 1000 CE did not merely kill Olaf Tryggvason. It did something more complex and more consequential. It created the conditions for the mythologization of everything he had been and everything he had done. And that mythologization proved, paradoxically, more politically powerful than his actual reign had been. To understand how a defeated king who disappeared into cold northern water became the founding legend of a Christian Norway, you need to understand how medieval mythmaking worked, and specifically how the Norse tradition processed the experience of heroic defeat. The Norse cultural tradition had, at its philosophical center, a concept that is nearly untranslatable into modern English, but that the word doom approximates in its archaic sense: the understanding that fate is real, that it moves toward its predetermined end regardless of what the individual does, and that the measure of a person is not whether they succeed in altering that fate, they cannot, but how they comport themselves in the face of it. This is the ethos of Beowulf and of Völsunga saga, and of the great heroic poems of the Eddic tradition. The hero knows his fate, faces it anyway, and by facing it with courage and dignity, achieves a kind of immortality in the memory of those who witness the facing. Olaf at Svolder on this reading was not a failed king. He was a fulfilled hero, a man who met his fate in the way the Norse tradition honored, fighting until the last, refusing surrender, choosing the water rather than the ignominy of submission. The defeat was not a contradiction of the heroism. It was the completion of it. The saga writers who constructed the literary Olaf, Snorri Sturluson, most prominently, but also the authors of the earlier Otter Snorresson and Gunnlaugur Leifsson sagas written in the 12th century, worked within this framework and produced a portrait of Olaf that honored the heroic tradition while simultaneously serving the Christian theological agenda of the Norwegian Church. Olaf became, in these texts, a warrior of Christ, a man whose violent conversion methods were sanctified by the righteousness of the cause, and whose death at Svolder was a martyrdom rather than a military defeat. The sacrifice of a Christian king who had brought his people to God, and then given his life in the service of that transformation. The brutality of the conversion campaign was not exactly hidden in these accounts. It was too well remembered for that, but it was reframed, consistently and thoroughly, as zeal rather than cruelty, as the appropriate response of a true believer confronting heresy, rather than the calculated political violence of a king eliminating rivals under the cover of religious mission. The men who died in the conversion campaign were redefined as people who died because they had refused Christ, not because they had been expendable to the king's political calculations. The responsibility for their deaths was transferred, in the saga narrative, from the king who sent them to their deaths to the paganism that made their deaths necessary. This theological reframing was not cynical in the way that modern political spin is cynical. It was not a knowing manipulation of a public the framers knew they were deceiving. The saga writers genuinely believed, in most cases, what they wrote. They had been formed entirely within the Christian framework that Olaf had helped to impose. And within that framework, the Christianization of Norway was self-evidently good. Therefore, the man who had Christianized Norway was self-evidently a hero. Therefore, the methods he had used to achieve that good end were self-evidently justified. The circularity of the argument was invisible to people who lived entirely within its premises, as the circularity of most foundational cultural arguments is invisible to those formed by them. We should not judge the saga writers for their framing. They were products of their world, as we are products of ours. But we should recognize it for what it is when we read their work, and we should resist the tendency to mistake the legend for the history. The specific detail of Olaf's ambiguous death, the leap from the long serpent, the body never found, did the most to cement his legendary status. Medieval culture was full of undead kings, of rulers who had not definitively died, and who therefore remained in the cultural imagination, available for return. Arthur sleeping in Avalon until Britain's darkest hour. Frederick Barbarossa sleeping in the Kifjusur mountain. Olaf Tryggvason swimming away from Svolder to a monastery in the east, or in the south, or somewhere beyond the reach of the enemies who had tried and failed to kill him. These legends of the sleeping king, who will return in his country's hour of need, served a precise political and psychological function. They kept alive the possibility of restoration, the hope that the specific configuration of power and identity that the legendary king represented could be recovered, that the current state of affairs was not permanent, but temporary, a wrong that the returning king would one day right. In Norway's case, the legend of Olaf's survival and eventual return circulated through exactly the period of Danish domination, when Norwegian national identity most needed the psychological sustenance of such a possibility. And it functioned as the heroic mythology of a people who had lost their political independence, but refused to lose their sense of who they were. The material remains of Olaf's reign are few, because he had only 5 years, and because the physical structures of early 11th century Norway were primarily in wood, a material that does not survive 1,000 years of northern weather without extraordinary preservation circumstances. The city of Nidaros is his most direct legacy. Having grown from the trading post and royal seat he established at the mouth of the Nid River in 997 CE into the modern city of Trondheim, a city of roughly 200,000 people today, the third largest in Norway, an important commercial and educational center with a university, a technology hub, and the most important medieval cathedral in Scandinavia, rising from its center like a statement of continuity that defies easy cynicism. The founding of Nidaros was probably the single most consequential thing Olaf did during his reign, more consequential in the long run than all the battle victories and all the conversions, because cities are stated values and how to maintain the democratic institutions and the culture of trust that make the Norwegian model work when those institutions and that culture are under pressure from the same global forces of polarization and misinformation that threaten democracies everywhere. The man who sits on the Norwegian throne today, King Harald V, bears the same name as the king who first unified Norway over 1100 years ago. And he carries in that name both the weight of that history and the lightness of a constitutional monarch whose power is ceremonial rather than absolute, who presides over rather than rules the country his ancestors forged through blood and fire. The transformation from Harald Fairhair's throne, held by personal violence, defended by armies, lost when the king's body fell, to King Harald vs. constitutional monarchy, is one of the great arcs of European political history, and it is an arc that passes directly through the specific, brutal, brilliant career of Olaf Tryggvason, the king who consumed his own army to forge a kingdom, who died alone in the water at Svolder because the men he had spent were not there to save him, and who became in death the legend that the living man never quite managed to be. The Norway that Olaf Tryggvason built badly, violently, imperfectly, at enormous human cost, is still being built today, still being argued over, still being tested by forces that would have been as incomprehensible to him as his world would be incomprehensible to us. And the question of whether the sacrifices that built it were justified by what it became is one that 5 million Norwegians and the entire watching world have not yet finished answering. The great irony of Norwegian history, the irony that sits at the center of Olaf Tryggvason's story like a blade in still water, is that the kingdom he built through the sacrifice of his own men did not survive him. And yet, what Norway became in the long aftermath of his 5-year reign is more extraordinary than anything he could have created had he lived. The conversion he forced at swordpoint, the churches he built on the ruins of the old faith, the city of Nidaros he founded on the bones of pagan Norway. These outlasted him by 1,000 years. The Christianity that was burned into the Norwegian consciousness through violence became, in time, genuinely Norwegian, absorbed and transformed, and made native in the way that transplanted things sometimes are when the soil receives them despite itself. The institutions that grew from the seeds he planted, the episcopal structures, the cathedral that became a pilgrimage site, the idea of Norway as a Christian kingdom with a defined identity distinct from its neighbors. These were the foundations on which the Olaf Haraldssons and the Magnus, the Goods, and the Håkon Håkonssons built something more durable, and on which the constitution writers of Eidsvoll eventually built the independent Norway that declared itself free in 1814 CE. Olaf Tryggvason did not create modern Norway, but he created the conditions without which modern Norway might not exist, and the specific shape of his ruthlessness, the deliberate, rational sacrifice of his most capable men to remove potential rivals, the weaponization of Christianity to break the old power structures, the founding of cities as institutional anchors for a personal rule he hoped would become hereditary. These were not random acts of violence. They were the calculated moves of a man who understood, with terrifying clarity, what he was doing and why, even if he could not see far enough ahead to understand that what he was doing would ultimately consume him in the same logic of expendable loyalty he had applied to everyone around him. Today, in the city of Trondheim, the city Olaf Tryggvason founded in 997 CE as Nidaros, the city that has borne several names in the 1,000 years since he first drove stakes into its riverbank and declared it a royal seat. There stands the Nidaros Cathedral, its stone towers rising above the river Nid in the northern light, its interior containing the silver reliquary of Saint Olaf Haraldsson and the coronation throne of the Norwegian kings, its walls built and rebuilt over 9 centuries by the hands of people who believed that what they were constructing mattered beyond their own lifetimes. Pilgrims still walk to it along the medieval pilgrim-sledden routes, and the numbers grow each year, and they come from Norway and from everywhere else, drawn by something that defies easy explanation, an attraction not merely to the physical building or to the specific religious tradition it represents, but to the idea of a continuity that the building embodies, a connection between the violent, ambitious, sacrificial world of the Vikings and the peaceful, prosperous, democratic world of modern Norway that should be more broken than it is, that logic says should not exist at all given everything that happened between Svolder and today, and yet persists, mysterious and insistent, like the silver light that comes off a fjord in the early morning before the rest of the world has woken up. A story that has been telling itself for over 1,000 years and has not yet, decided to stop, to fully comprehend what Olaf Tryggvason did, to understand it not merely as a collection of events, but as a pattern of behavior that has profound implications for our understanding of power, loyalty, and the terrible arithmetic of ambition. We need to slow down and examine the psychology of the man with the care that his story demands, because Olaf Tryggvason was not simply a brutal king in a brutal age. Every age produces brutal kings, and most of them are forgotten because brutality alone does not create the kind of legend that survives 1,000 years. What made Olaf singular? What elevated him from the category of ordinary Viking strongman into something genuinely extraordinary and genuinely disturbing was the combination of his personal magnetism with his cold willingness to expend that magnetism, to spend the loyalty he inspired as a military and political resource, the way a general spends ammunition, and to do it with the same calculating detachment that a general applies to logistics. He was, in the precise sense of the term, a charismatic sociopath, and the term is not meant pejoratively in this context, but analytically. A man whose ability to inspire genuine devotion in others was uncoupled fundamentally and completely from any reciprocal feeling of genuine obligation toward those others. He could make a man believe he would die for Olaf's cause, and Olaf could watch that man die for his cause and feel nothing except the cold calculation of what that death had purchased. The slave years explain much of this, or at least give us the most plausible origin story for a psychology that would otherwise seem almost too extreme to be real. Think again, more carefully this time, about what those years would have done to a child who knew himself to be a king's son. The fundamental experience of slavery is not merely physical hardship. Though the physical hardship is real enough, the fundamental experience of slavery is the systematic destruction of your sense of your own worth, the daily, repeated, institutionalized message that you are property, that your desires and your suffering and your death have no weight in themselves, that you exist only insofar as you are useful to someone else's purposes. A child who receives that message from age 3 to age 9 is not going to process it the way an adult would. An adult sold into slavery understands what has happened from a position of prior self-concept and can maintain a sense of self-worth in opposition to the institution that denies it. A 3-year-old has no prior self-concept. The slavery years are the self-concept formation years. The child does not know who he is apart from what the institution tells him he is, and what the institution told young Olaf he was every day for 6 years is that he had no inherent value, that his worth was what someone was willing to pay for him, and that the only thing that made him worth anything was his usefulness to those with power over him. Now imagine that same child being told simultaneously by whatever adults in his environment maintained the connection to his royal heritage, that he was actually a king's son, that he had royal blood, that he deserved better than this, that one day he would reclaim what had been stolen from him. The psychology that emerges from the collision of those two messages, I am worthless, I am royal, is precisely the psychology of the man who would become Olaf Tryggvason, a man with an absolute, unshakable conviction of his own destiny and his own worth, combined with an equally absolute, practically instinctive understanding that worth is not inherent but performed, that value is not given but seized, and that the only guarantee against being reduced to an object again is to be so thoroughly the subject of events that no one can reduce you to anything. He spent his entire reign ensuring that he was always the agent and never the object. And the men who died in service of that project were, at some fundamental level, simply doing to him what had once been done to him. They were existing as instruments of someone else's purposes. And the fact that he was now the one with purposes, rather than the one being purposed, did not, in the deep place where childhood forms personality, change the nature of the transaction. This reading of Olaf's psychology is speculative, as all such readings of medieval figures must be. We cannot conduct retrospective psychoanalysis with any confidence And the sources we have for Olaf's inner life are exclusively the saga tradition, which was produced by people with their own agendas and who were working from oral traditions already several generations removed from the events they described. But the reading is consistent with the observable pattern of behavior. And that pattern, once you see it, is unmistakable. Throughout his 5 years as king, Olaf consistently identified the men around him who were most capable, most independently powerful, most likely to be able to challenge him or to transfer their loyalty, and he found ways to use them up. The conversion campaign was, in one dimension, a genuine religious project. In another dimension, it was the most efficient army disposal mechanism in Norwegian history. Send the dangerous men into the situations most likely to get them killed. Dress it up as holy mission. Grieve appropriately at their funerals. Replace them with men who owe their position entirely to Olaf's favor, and who therefore have no independent standing from which to challenge him. Repeat until the army contains no one whose loyalty predates your kingship, and no one capable enough to be a threat. The conversion campaign in the north and west of Norway, where resistance was strongest and violence most systematic, claimed the lives of exactly the category of warrior most threatening to a new king. Experienced, battle-tested veterans with their own followings. Men who had made their reputations in the raids of the 980s and early 990s, and who came to Olaf's service as leaders of men rather than as dependents. A leader of men who follows a king is always a potential rival king. Every history of every period and culture confirms this. The man who raises armies for a king is eventually either broken by that king, or superseded by that king, or becomes that king himself. Olaf chose breaking as his preferred method, and the conversion campaign gave him the opportunity to break the most dangerous of these men in circumstances that could never be described as calculated elimination, because they were explicitly framed as sacrifice in a holy cause. The men being sent to die were not being sent to die because they were threats to Olaf. They were being sent to die for Christ. The King of Norway was not spending his veterans. He was making martyrs of them. The practical outcome was identical. The framing was politically impeccable, and by the time the pattern was fully visible, by the time you could look at the casualty list of the conversion campaign and notice that it contained a disproportionate number of exactly the warriors who would have been most capable of mounting a challenge to the throne. Olaf was at Svolder, and the water was closing over his head, and it was too late for anyone to act on the observation. The conversion campaign's violence also served another psychological function for Olaf that we should be honest about, because the sources hint at it even when they cannot quite bring themselves to state it directly. It was, for Olaf, personally satisfying in a way that his more politically motivated cruelties were not. The man who had spent his childhood in slavery, who had been owned and sold and worked as property, now stood before the men who represented the culture that had produced that slavery. The Jarl class of pagan Norway, with their blot ceremonies and their thralls, and their absolute confidence that the world was arranged hierarchically by the will of gods who demanded blood. And he had the power to tell them that their gods were dead. The specific quality of his violence against pagan practitioners, the theatrical, almost performative cruelty of some of the executions the sagas describe, has the character of a settling of accounts rather than merely a policy enforcement. Olaf was not just destroying paganism. He was destroying the world that had made him a slave, and every temple he burned was, in the deepest part of his psyche, the place where the child had been sold, whether we sympathize with that or are horrified by it. And perhaps both responses are simultaneously appropriate, does not change its reality or its consequences. The men who died in the conversion campaign were not simply strategic sacrifices. They were also, in some fundamental way, victims of a childhood trauma that had never been processed or resolved, that had instead been transformed by a brilliant and ruthless intelligence into a governing philosophy. The most dangerous thing about Olaf Tryggvason was not his strength or his charisma or his military competence. It was the fact that his personal psychological needs and his political strategic needs pointed in the same direction. Both demanded the destruction of the old Norwegian aristocratic world. Both required the elimination of anyone capable of challenging him. Both found their satisfaction in the same acts of controlled, purposeful violence. When a man's therapy and his politics are the same thing, the outcome is never simple. We have spent considerable time on the political and strategic dimensions of what Olaf Tryggvason did, and that emphasis is appropriate because the politics are where his engines of institutional memory, in a way that armies never are. A city accumulates, layer by layer, the decisions and the culture and the beliefs of everyone who has ever lived in it, and it transmits that accumulation forward through time in the physical fabric of its buildings and streets, and the social habits of its inhabitants. The historical Olaf Tryggvason, the man behind the legend, remains elusive, as all figures from this period of history remain elusive, because the source base is too thin and too ideologically freighted for confident reconstruction of his inner life, or even, in some cases, his outer actions. What we can say with reasonable confidence, based on the convergence of saga material, contemporary skaldic poetry, and the evidence of archaeology and comparative history, is this: he was real. He ruled Norway for approximately 5 years, from 995 CE to 1000 CE. He prosecuted a violent conversion campaign that changed Norwegian religious life permanently. He was killed or disappeared at the Battle of Svolder in a combined Danish-Swedish-Norwegian attack that he had partly brought upon himself through the enemies he had made. and he left behind a Norway that was more Christian, more centralized, and more politically unstable than the one he had found. Whether the specific claim of the title, that he sacrificed his own army to rule Norway, is a literal description of a conscious, deliberate policy, or a retrospective pattern imposed on a series of decisions made for various reasons, is ultimately a question of interpretation. The pattern is there. Whether the intentionality was there is something only Olaf Tryggvason could have told us. And he went into the water at Svolder 1,000 years ago and never came back to appreciate the full significance of what Olaf Tryggvason was attempting, and why the methods he chose were both understandable and catastrophic in their specific context. We need to step back from the Norwegian fjords for a moment and look at the broader European world of the late 10th century CE, because Norway in 995 CE was not existing in isolation from that world. It was being shaped by it, pressured by it, and forced by it into choices that would define the country's character for centuries. The Europe of the year 1000 CE was, in many respects, in the middle of a transformation as fundamental as any in its history, the conversion of the last pagan peoples of the continent to Christianity, the consolidation of the first recognizably modern states, and the emergence of a pan-European cultural and religious framework centered on Rome that was gradually absorbing the older, more diverse traditions of the barbarian kingdoms that had replaced the Western Roman Empire, the Carolingian Empire, the great Christian empire built by Charlemagne in the late 8th and early 9th centuries, had fragmented by the year 1000 CE into the competing kingdoms of France and Germany that would shape European geopolitics for the following millennium. But the cultural and institutional legacy of the Carolingian project remained enormously influential. The idea that a king's legitimacy was partly Christian legitimacy, conferred by the Church and conditional on the defense and propagation of the faith, was deeply embedded in the political culture of every kingdom in contact with the Carolingian sphere. This idea was making its way into Scandinavia in the late 10th century through multiple channels. Through the German mission to the Danes under the Archbishop of Hamburg-Bremen, through the English mission to the Norwegians that Olaf himself had partly absorbed, through the general cultural pressure of a Christian Europe that viewed pagan neighbors with a mixture of missionary eagerness and crusading contempt. The pressure to Christianize Norway was not primarily internal. It came from a European environment in which paganism was becoming increasingly untenable, not just theologically, but diplomatically, because pagan kings were outside the network of Christian diplomacy, marriage alliance, and mutual recognition through which European states conducted their relations. Denmark had already made this transition. Harald Bluetooth, the same Harald who built the famous Jelling stones, the great runic monuments in Denmark that announced his Christianization of the Danes, and who gave his name to the wireless technology through the Bluetooth logos incorporation of his runic initials, had converted in approximately 960 CE, and had spent the remainder of his reign attempting, with mixed success, to impose Christianity on his subjects. Norway had been the object of missionary efforts since at least the reign of Håkon the Good, who had been raised Christian in England, and the failure of those efforts was well known in the European ecclesiastical world by the time Olaf took the Norwegian throne in 995 CE. Sweden would remain primarily pagan until well into the 11th century, and the late timing of Swedish Christianization meant that the Norse religious tradition found a refuge in Sweden's more isolated regions that it could not maintain in the more accessible Norwegian coast. But in Norway in 995 CE, the pressure was acute, and a king who wanted diplomatic recognition from the major European powers, who wanted to marry his sons into the royal families of Germany and England and France, who wanted merchants to do business in Norwegian ports without fear of piracy, who wanted the church structure that was the primary vehicle for literacy and administration in the rest of Europe, had very strong practical reasons to Christianize his country, independent of any theological conviction. Olaf Tryggvason understood this with complete clarity. His years in England had exposed him not just to Christianity as a personal spiritual experience, but to Christianity as a political technology. He had seen how the English church organized education and administration, how it provided the king with literate servants who could keep records and draft documents and manage the complexities of a bureaucratic state, how it gave royal authority a theological legitimacy that transcended the personal and could survive the death of an individual king. He had seen Ethelred's court function badly in many respects, but function with the church as its backbone, and he had seen what the absence of such a structure meant for the Norse societies that lacked it: endless succession crises, no institutional memory, power that died with the man who held it, and had to be rebuilt from scratch by every successor. He wanted for Norway what England had, and he was prepared to pay whatever price the acquisition of it required, including the price of his most loyal men. The specific speed and violence of his conversion campaign can also be understood partly as a response to this European pressure. He was on a deadline. The Norwegian jarls and magnates who had accepted him as king in 995 CE had done so partly because he was a more attractive option than Jarl Haakon's rule had become. But their acceptance was conditional, and their patience was limited if Olaf was going to reshape Norwegian society. And the Christianization project required reshaping Norwegian society at its deepest level, not just the superficial change of which God's name you invoked at the blot. He had a narrow window in which the initial burst of popular enthusiasm for a new king gave him more political capital than he would ever have again. Every king has that window. The wise ones use it for structural change. The foolish ones use it for personal enrichment. Olaf used it for cultural revolution, and the very speed and violence of the revolution, while it generated the enemies that ultimately killed him, was itself a form of political wisdom. Structural changes imposed rapidly and completely are harder to reverse than gradual changes that give opponents time to organize resistance. The Christianity Olaf burned into Norway in 5 years proved impossible to extinguish even after his death, precisely because it had been imposed thoroughly enough that no subsequent pagan revival ever managed to undo it. The violence purchased permanence, and in Olaf's calculation, that trade was worth it. What that calculation failed to account for, what it could not fully account for, because no political genius, however brilliant, can account for everything, was the specific combination of enemies his methods would generate, and the specific moment of vulnerability those enemies would be able to exploit. He could not have known, or perhaps was unwilling to credit, that Sweyn Forkbeard would nurse the humiliation of the Thari marriage with the patience and organizational skill required to build the Svolder coalition. He may have underestimated the depth of the disaffection among the Norwegian magnates who had converted under compulsion. Men who smiled at the king and prayed in his churches and privately counted the days until someone gave them an opportunity to express what they actually felt about what he had done to them. He almost certainly knew the risks in the abstract and decided they were acceptable, in the way that men of his temperament always decide that risks are acceptable when the potential reward is as large as the reward of a unified Christian Norway under his dynasty. The fact that the risk materialized, that the reward was taken from him at Svolder, that he died in cold water without the vindication of a long reign and a peaceful succession, does not retroactively make the calculation wrong by the logic of the man who made it. It simply means that he lost, and the world he had built, imperfect and blood-soaked and theologically coerced, survived him to become something he never quite managed to make it in his lifetime. A real country. Every history of Olaf Tryggvason focuses, inevitably and appropriately, on the men, the warriors, the jarls, the kings, the bishops, the saga writers. This is partly because the sources focus on men, and the sources focus on men because the culture they emerged from was organized around male power in ways that systematically excluded women from the historical record, except in particular defined roles: the wife who influenced her husband's decisions, the queen who negotiated on behalf of the dynasty, the saint who performed miracles, the witch who disrupted the natural order. Women in the Norse sources appear in these roles with a regularity that suggests they had considerably more influence than the surface of the narrative acknowledges. And the story of Olaf Tryggvason is no exception. His mother Astrid is the first, and perhaps the most significant of these invisible architects. The decision to flee with the infant Olaf after Tryggvi's murder. A decision that preserved the bloodline that would eventually return to claim Norway, a decision made by a woman alone with a newborn in a country where the people who had just killed her husband had every reason to want the infant dead too, was one of the most consequential acts in the entire Norwegian saga, and it is typically summarized in a sentence or two before the narrative rushes on to the more conventionally heroic material. But consider what it actually required: physical courage to leave, intelligence to plan the escape, social connections to find the path to her brother in Novgorod, and the particular, terrifying kind of determination that a mother needs to protect a child who is a target before he can walk. Without Astrid's decision and its execution, there is no Olaf Tryggvason. There is no Christian Norway. The entire history we have been tracing traces back, at its root, to a woman's choice in a moment of extreme danger. And the woman's name is barely remembered. The women Olaf married, and he married several, as Viking kings typically did, through a combination of genuine attachment and political calculation that the Norse did not clearly distinguish from each other, shaped his reign in ways the sagas acknowledge obliquely. Thyri, the Danish princess, the sister of Sweyn Forkbeard, whose marriage to Olaf without her brother's consent became one of the proximate causes of the Svolder coalition, was not simply a passive figure in this transaction. The sagas describe her as a forceful personality who urged Olaf to assert her rights to certain Polish territories, lands that had been promised as her dowry, and who used her influence with the king to push him toward the Polish diplomatic mission that placed him in the waters where the ambush was waiting. Whether this characterization is historically accurate, or whether it reflects the saga tradition's tendency to find female agency at the center of male catastrophes. The Helen who launched the ships, the Eve who offered the apple, is impossible to determine with certainty, but the role the sagas assign to Thyri at the critical moment is worth noting. She is the character who sets in motion the chain of events that ends at Svolder, and she does so by exercising exactly the kind of influence on the king that queens in Norse sagas reliably exercise. The private, persistent, ultimately decisive pressure of a woman who knows how to move a powerful man toward a destination she has chosen for reasons of her own. The Völver, the Norse female seers or seeresses, women who occupied a specific, defined, and deeply ambiguous role in Norse religious culture as practitioners of Seidr magic, a form of shamanic divination that was simultaneously respected and suspected, powerful and dangerous, appear in the Olaf saga tradition as consistent antagonists, figures of pagan resistance against whom Olaf's Christian power is tested and ultimately confirmed. The most famous of these confrontations in the Olaf material is the story of a Völva who confronts Olaf at a great assembly and attempts to undermine his authority through prophecy and magical performance. and whom Olaf defeats through the power of his Christian God and his own physical bravery, and then forces to convert or kills. This narrative pattern, the Christian king versus the pagan Cyrus, recurs across multiple saga accounts of Olaf's reign. And while each specific instance may or may not be historical, the pattern itself encodes something real about the cultural dynamic of the conversion period. Women were disproportionately represented among the practitioners of the old religion's most intimate and most resistant forms, because the official, public, politically structured aspects of Norse religion were controlled by men, but the private, household, personally intimate practices of divination and magic were frequently in women's hands, and those practices were harder to reach, harder to destroy, harder to regulate than the public blot ceremonies that Olaf's conversion campaign targeted most directly. The Svolder in the sagas are the visible tip of a much larger iceberg of female religious practice that the conversion campaign never fully reached and never fully eliminated. And their presence in the narrative as recurring antagonists is the source's way of acknowledging that fact. The great Queen Margaret I of Denmark, who 7 decades after Olaf's death brought Norway, Denmark, and Sweden together in the Kalmar Union, and ruled that combined monarchy with a political intelligence that her contemporaries acknowledged had no gender. A man in the body of a woman, the Pope's representative reportedly said, and meant it as the highest compliment he could conceive, which tells you everything about the limitations of the compliment, is the figure who most completely reversed the gender dynamics of the Olaf era's masculine violence. She built through negotiation and dynastic management, and the sophisticated deployment of legal claims, what Olaf had tried and failed to build through force. And she did it across 3 kingdoms simultaneously, while maintaining the appearance of feminine deference that the political culture required of her. Her reign is the ultimate ironic comment on everything Olaf Tryggvason represented. The most successful architect of Scandinavian union was a woman who could not officially hold the title of king, who ruled through her son and then her grandnephew as formal nominal monarchs, who built the most durable political structure in Norse history precisely by not trying to do it the way Olaf Tryggvason had tried. Where he spent men, she spent words. Where he burned temples, she signed documents. Where he created enemies, she created allies. And the structure she built, the Kalmar Union, lasted for over a century, many times longer than Olaf's 5-year kingdom. History written in texts is always partially the history of what literate people chose to record, which is itself a partial and selective account of what actually happened. The other history, the history of what ordinary people ate and wore and built and buried and discarded, is preserved in the ground, and the archaeology of late 10th century Norway adds dimensions to the story of Olaf Tryggvason's reign that the sagas either cannot or choose not to provide. The archaeological record for this period in Norway is not as rich as historians would wish, partly because wood, the primary building material of Norse Norway, preserves poorly in most conditions, and partly because the major urban centers where the most systematic human activity was concentrated are now modern cities where extensive archaeological excavation is difficult and expensive. But what has been excavated tells stories that complement and sometimes complicate the literary record. The Koppang site in Vestfold, on the western shore of the Oslofjord, was one of the first true urban centers in Norway, a trading town that developed in the 9th century CE, and that excavations since the 1950s have revealed to be a site of remarkable economic sophistication and international connection for its time. The finds at Koppang include objects from the British Isles, from the Frankish kingdoms, from the Byzantine world, from the Arab Caliphate. Silk, glass, silver, bronze work in styles from half a dozen different cultural traditions, all concentrated in a single Norwegian settlement that, at its peak in the 9th century, may have housed several hundred permanent residents, and many times that number in the busy summer trading season. Koppang was abandoned for reasons that remain debated sometime in the early to mid-10th century CE, before Olaf's reign. But its material record tells us something important about the world Olaf inherited, a Norway that was already deeply embedded in a network of international trade and cultural exchange, a Norway whose people were familiar with the products and the ideas of multiple civilizations, a Norway that was, in other words, much less isolated and much less purely Viking in the romantic, barbaric sense than the popular image suggests. The grave goods from the Viking Age cemetery sites in Norway, the ship burials at Gokstad and Oseberg, among others, reveal a material culture of extraordinary sophistication and artistic achievement. The Oseberg ship burial, discovered in 1904 CE, and now housed in the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo, contained the burial of 2 women. One of them, possibly the Norse Queen Asa, grandmother of Harald Fairhair, though this identification is debated, and a collection of grave goods so rich and so artistically accomplished that it fundamentally changed the scholarly understanding of Norse material culture when it was first excavated. The Oseberg ship itself is a masterpiece of early medieval boat building, its prow carved into an extraordinarily refined spiral pattern that demonstrates a level of artistic skill and aesthetic ambition that the word Viking in its popular usage rarely evokes. The tapestries found in the burial, fragmentary, deteriorated, but still revealing, show complex figural scenes that may be mythological, that use a sophisticated vocabulary of visual narrative that has no equivalent in the surviving Norse literary tradition, and that suggests the existence of a much richer visual storytelling tradition in Norse culture than the written sources alone would allow us to reconstruct. This was the world that Olaf Tryggvason's conversion campaign was dismantling not a world of crude, unreflective violence, but a world of genuine aesthetic sophistication and cultural complexity. A world that had found its own profound ways of making sense of human experience. And that was burning, because a king had decided that a different way of making sense of human experience would serve his political purposes better. The runestones of the late 10th and early 11th centuries, the carved stone monuments that Norse communities erected to commemorate the dead and record significant events, many of them now explicitly Christian in their inscriptions and iconography, tell the story of the conversion at the individual and community level in ways that the sagas, focused on kings and battles, cannot easily reach. The runestones from this period in Norway and Sweden and Denmark show the transition in real time. The earliest stones in the corpus use the Old Norse formula for commemoration, invoking Odin or Tyr, or simply the ancestral memory that connected the living community to its dead. The stones from Olaf's era and slightly after begin to incorporate crosses, Christian prayers, the names of saints alongside the names of the dead warriors they commemorate. The later stones are fully Christian, with crosses dominant, and the old mythological references gone or reduced to decorative echoes. This is the transition Olaf forced, visible in stone, spanning the generation it took to move from the living tradition of the old religion to the established practice of the new faith. The stones were carved by real people in real communities who had to decide, sometimes at sword point, sometimes simply because the old faith was no longer socially sustainable, sometimes because the new faith genuinely spoke to something in their experience. Which world they belonged to. Most of them ended up in the New World. Most of their children never knew any other. By the time Olaf Haraldsson died at Stiklestad and became Saint Olaf, the transition was effectively complete, at least for the majority of the Norwegian population, and the runestone's testimony is the quiet, stone evidence of how it happened, one community at a time. Every great historical figure casts a shadow forward through time, and the length and shape of that shadow is often the most reliable measure of their actual significance. Not the number of battles won, or the acres of territory seized, or even the institutional changes achieved during the lifetime, but the degree to which the subsequent history of their society was shaped by what they did and who they were. By that measure, Olaf Tryggvason is one of the most significant figures in the history of Northern Europe, and the shadow he casts extends not just to the Norwegian national identity of the 20th and 21st centuries, but into the broader history of the Christian world, the history of state formation in the Germanic North, and the history of how individual ambition and cultural transformation interact in the bloody laboratory of early medieval politics. The most immediate and most directly traceable element of his legacy is the Christianization of Norway. This seems obvious. Olaf converted Norway, Therefore, Christianity is his legacy. But the specific texture of how that Christianization happened shapes Norwegian Christianity in ways that are not obvious until you look carefully. The violence of the conversion, the fact that it was imposed rather than freely chosen by most of the Norwegian population, created a specific relationship between the Norwegian people and their new religion, a relationship that combined genuine faith with a residual awareness of coercion, that understood Christianity as simultaneously a genuine spiritual framework and a political instrument in the hands of those with power. This double awareness, religion as both truth and tool, has arguably shaped Norwegian and more broadly Scandinavian religious culture in distinctive ways that can still be traced. The secular pragmatism that coexists with genuine faith in modern Scandinavian Christianity, the tendency to maintain the forms and institutions of Christianity while loosening their grip on personal spiritual life, the ease with which Scandinavian societies have accommodated the gradual secularization of the 20th century without the violent cultural conflict that secularization has provoked in countries where religion was more organically embedded in national identity. The Norwegian relationship to Christianity was always somewhat complex, somewhat aware of its origins in political coercion, and that complexity, which begins with Olaf's swordpoint baptisms, may have inoculated Norwegian culture against the most extreme forms of religious absolutism that have caused such suffering in other parts of the Christian world. The model of kingship that Olaf established, or tried to establish, or established incompletely, also cast a long shadow. His vision of the Norwegian king as simultaneously political ruler and defender of the faith, as the patron of the church, whose legitimacy was partly derived from that patronage, and whose authority was reinforced by the church's theological backing, became the template for every subsequent Norwegian king who tried to consolidate royal power against aristocratic resistance. The specific mechanism he developed, using the church's organizational structure to extend royal authority into regions where direct military presence was impractical, building churches and towns as administrative centers of a royal presence that could not maintain itself through constant military occupation, was refined and extended by his successors until it produced, under the Håkon Håkonsson administration of the 13th century, something that actually looked like a functioning medieval state. The state he actually built lasted 5 years. The template for state building that his failure provided, studied by his successors, who could see both what had worked and what had failed, lasted considerably longer. The cultural memory of Olaf Tryggvason, as distinct from the historical reality, has been one of the most powerful forces in Norwegian identity formation, particularly during the centuries of Danish domination, when the memory of independent Norwegian kingship was a form of political resistance as much as historical recall, the saga literature that preserved his story, Snorri's Heimskringla, the two earlier saga biographies, the scattered references in skaldic poetry, circulated in Icelandic and Norwegian manuscript culture throughout the later medieval period, and was among the first texts to be printed in Scandinavia when the printing press arrived in the north. The 19th century Norwegian national romantics, the poets, painters, musicians, historians who were constructing the cultural identity that would support and justify the political independence Norway was working toward, drew extensively on the Viking Age, and specifically on the figure of Olaf Tryggvason as emblems of a heroic national past that justified present aspirations. Edvard Grieg, whose music is the most internationally recognized expression of the Norwegian national romantic movement, composed works that drew on the Norse mythological tradition. The painters of the National Romantic School depicted Viking Age scenes with a grandeur and intensity that served explicitly political purposes, associating the contemporary Norwegian nation with the greatness of its medieval predecessors in ways designed to make independence seem not just desirable, but historically inevitable. The restoration of a natural condition that Danish rule had temporarily interrupted. The specific figure of Olaf at Svolder, the last stand on the long serpent, the jump into the sea, the ambiguous death, became one of the most frequently depicted episodes in Norwegian national romantic art. For reasons that should be clear, it combined the heroic tradition of the Norse world with the Christian martyrdom narrative that the later saga tradition had attached to it, and it ended with the suggestive ambiguity of the missing body, the possibility of return, the sense that the story was not finished for a people engaged in the political project of asserting their nationhood against the historical reality of their dependence on foreign powers. The image of a great Norwegian king who had died, or perhaps not died, fighting overwhelming odds rather than submit to those who would extinguish his people's independence, was an image of obvious emotional and political power, and they used it accordingly. The historical Olaf, brutal, calculating, sacrificial of his own men, was submerged under the legendary one, and the legendary one served the national project in ways the historical one never could have. In the 20th century, the national romantic appropriation of Olaf Tryggvason acquired a more sinister dimension that Norwegians have had to reckon with honestly since 1945 CE. The Norse mythological tradition, and with it the Viking Age heritage that Olaf represented, was enthusiastically adopted by German and Norwegian far-right movements in the interwar period, and the Nazi ideology that occupied Norway from 1940 CE to 1945 CE drew heavily on a pseudo-historical version of the Norse past that glorified the racial purity and martial violence of the Vikings in terms that would have been unrecognizable to any actual Viking. but that served the ideological purposes of 20th century fascism with dismaying efficiency. The runic symbols, the Norse mythological imagery, the warrior ethic, all of these were stripped from their historical context and repurposed as icons of a racial ideology that had nothing to do with the actual complexity of Viking Age culture and everything to do with the specific psychological needs of a 20th century political movement that required ancient authority for its contemporary barbarism. The post-war reckoning with this appropriation has been a significant element of Norwegian cultural and intellectual life, requiring a careful discrimination between genuine historical interest in the Norse heritage and the ideological distortions that fascism imposed on it. A discrimination that Norwegian scholars and artists have generally made with care and intellectual honesty, reclaiming the Viking Age from its fascist misappropriation by insisting on its actual historical complexity, which is far more interesting and far more useful than the cartoon version the Nazis preferred. The most contemporary dimension of Olaf Tryggvason's legacy. And this may seem like a stretch, but follow the thread, is visible in the debates that Norway has been conducting since the discovery of its oil wealth about what kind of country it wants to be. The specific question at the center of those debates: how do you use enormous wealth generated in a specific way, in a specific moment in history, to build a durable society rather than simply a rich one? Is, in its deepest structure, the same question that Olaf Tryggvason was unable to answer in his 5 years as king. He had resources, military reputation, Christian identity, royal blood, English silver, that were specific to his moment, that could not be maintained indefinitely, that had to be invested in something institutional if they were to outlast him. He invested them in conversion by violence, in the destruction of potential rivals, in the founding of a city and a Christian infrastructure. And the investment was partly successful and partly catastrophic. The Norway of 2024 CE, debating how to invest its oil wealth in a post-carbon economy, how to build institutions that will sustain Norwegian social democracy after the oil runs out, how to maintain the social trust and political consensus that has made the Norwegian model work. That Norway is wrestling with an updated version of the same fundamental problem. How do you turn a temporary advantage into a permanent foundation? Olaf Tryggvason attempted that transformation and died before completing it. Whether Norway's 21st century version of the attempt will succeed, and what it will cost in ways that might not be fully visible until the water closes over the attempt's head, is a question that remains very much open. Let us count, as precisely as the sources allow, the cost of what Olaf Tryggvason did, not in the aggregate, vague language of many lives and significant violence, but as specifically as the evidence permits, because the specific cost is the moral weight of the achievement, and the achievement cannot be fairly assessed without confronting that weight honestly. In the conversion campaign, prosecuted between 995 CE and 1000 CE, the sources record the deaths of at least a dozen named individuals who were executed specifically for refusing conversion or continuing pagan practices. Men of sufficient standing that their names entered the record for every named victim. The logic of medieval source preservation suggests many more unnamed ones. Ordinary practitioners, Gathar of lesser regional importance, participants in blot ceremonies who were killed or mutilated without the distinction of historical commemoration. The total number killed directly in the conversion campaign is impossible to establish, but estimates in the academic literature range from dozens to several hundred, with the higher estimates reflecting the scale of the regional campaigns in western and northern Norway, where resistance was most organized. These were not enemy soldiers killed in battle. These were Norwegian subjects killed by their own king for practicing the religion of their ancestors, the religion they had been born into, the religion that organized the rhythms of their lives and gave shape to their understanding of the universe. The theological justification is, from the perspective of the 21st century, obviously inadequate. From the perspective of the 10th century, within the framework of Christian understanding that Olaf had genuinely internalized, it may have seemed not just adequate, but obligatory. Neither consideration changes the fact. The military expenditure, the deliberate, or at least knowing deployment of capable and potentially threatening warriors into high mortality situations, is harder to quantify because the line between ordinary military attrition and deliberate elimination is, in the historical record, impossible to draw with precision. The Norwegian warrior class lost a significant percentage of its most experienced members during Olaf's 5-year reign, and a meaningful portion of those losses occurred in the conversion campaign, rather than in conventional military operations against external enemies. The men who were not at Svolder in sufficient numbers to save the king were not there partly because they had been spent in the preceding years, and the spending, whatever its specific motivations, produced exactly the outcome that a more cynical analysis would have predicted. A king who had eliminated his rivals found, at the moment of crisis, that he had also eliminated the men whose loyalty to him, personally, would have been most absolute. The cultural cost, the destruction of the Norse religious tradition, the burning of sacred sites, the execution or exile of Gathar and Scalds and practitioners of the old ways, is the least tangible and, in some respects, the greatest. What was destroyed was irreplaceable in the specific sense that it was not written down, that its complexity and richness existed in the living memory of communities and the trained minds of specialists. And when those communities were disrupted, and those specialists killed or converted, the tradition they carried was lost in ways that no amount of subsequent scholarship could fully recover. We will never know exactly what the Norse world understood about itself before Olaf burned it. We know what survived in Iceland, and Iceland's preservation was extraordinary by any standard. But the Norwegian tradition, the specific local variants of the mythology, the particular ritual practices of the western and northern coasts, the skaldic tradition as it existed in its home country rather than its Icelandic exile, is gone, preserved only in the shadows, and echoes that the Icelandic material, the archaeological record, and the hostile descriptions of the Christian sources allow us to reconstruct. The loss is real, and it is not recoverable. Against this cost, what is the achievement? A Norway that is today one of the most peaceful, most prosperous, most equitable societies on earth. A Norway that found within the Christian tradition that Olaf forced upon it the institutional and cultural resources to survive 5 centuries of foreign domination and emerge in the 20th century as a functioning democracy. A Norway that produced the music of Grieg and the plays of Ibsen and the paintings of Munch and the polar expeditions of Amundsen and the peace mediations of the Oslo Accords, all expressions of a culture that would not have taken the specific form it took without the specific historical path that Olaf Tryggvason's 5 violent years helped to set it on. Does that achievement justify the cost? That question has no answer that satisfies everyone who must live with both sides of the ledger. And it is precisely the kind of question that history poses and refuses to resolve, because it requires us to balance things that are not commensurable. The lives of specific people against the development of entire civilizations, the suffering of the 10th century against the flourishing of the 21st, the reality of what was lost against the reality of what was built on its ruins. What we can say, what the evidence most clearly supports, is this: Olaf Tryggvason was not simply a monster, and not simply a hero, and not simply a saint, and not simply a calculating pragmatist. Though he was elements of all of these, he was a man formed by extreme circumstances into an instrument of extreme change, who used every resource available to him: his charisma, his Christian faith, his royal blood, his military skill, and the lives of the men who served him, in the service of a vision that was partly genuine and partly self-serving and wholly consequential. He sacrificed his army to rule Norway, and Norway to this day lives in the long shadow of that sacrifice, building and rebuilding on the foundation he laid, trying to become the country he imagined when he stood on the bow of the Long Serpent in the last light of a September afternoon in the year 1000 CE, and looked across the water at the fleet that had come to kill him and chose, as Olaf always chose, to fight. The story of Norway is still being written in the Storting and in the oil fields and in the refugee centers and in the midnight sun debates about who gets to be Norwegian in the 21st century. And every page of that story carries, somewhere in its DNA, the mark of the king who jumped into the water at Svolder and never came back. The king who sacrificed everything around him for a country that might not have existed without him, and whose name the country he made has never quite been able to forget.